He'll come set. Here's the 1-0. That one misses inside. 2-0. Jack Mitchell, the junior right fielder at the plate. Heelan takes his lead off first. Cronenworth covering with him there. Hill delivers. 2-0. That one just misses inside. Fastball a little too close for home plate umpire Jim Shaley's liking. And that runs the count to 3-0 on Jack Mitchell. Hill checks the runner. Now comes home. 3-0. There's a called strike. Fastball gets it to 3-1. Mitchell steps out, gets the signs from his third base coach, now digs back into that right-handed batter's box. Hill gets the sign from Kendall Patrick, comes set. Shrugs his shoulders, checks the runner, and he'll throw over. Heelan back in safely with a head-first slide. They did not have much of a lead over there at first base. No score here in the top of the first inning. 1 out, Northwestern got a leadoff single. Then Hill struck out Jones with a strikeout looking. That's where we stand. 3-1 pitch. That one's inside. And a walk to Jack Mitchell put runners at first and second with only 1 out for the Northwestern Wildcats here in the top of the first. Coming up to the plate, Joe Hoshite, the left fielder today for the Wildcats, batting .289 on the year. He has started all 48 games for the Wildcats this year. Heelan on second, Mitchell on first. Wolverines shade the righty Hoshi just a little bit to left center field. First pitch in there for a strike, 0-1. Hill working from the stretch. Now he comes set. Checks Sheelan at second base. Checks him again. Now comes home. 0-1 pitch. That's skied foul. 0-2 here on Hoshite. Kevin White gave chase, but ran well out of room down the right field line. Middle of the infield in double play depth. Outfield will shift a little bit with 2 strikes here, playing Hoshite to go the opposite way. Hill checks the runner, now comes home. 0-2 pitch, breaking ball right back up the middle. Snagged by Jacobson, reel it, and that's a flip over to first base. And so they get the force at second, but Bivens' throw draws Cronenworth off the bag. So a fielder's choice retires Mitchell at second, but not a quick enough relay from Bivens to Cronenworth. And the Wolverines will have to settle for 1 out. Runners at the corners here with 2 outs for the Wildcats. Interesting play there. I thought Jacobson could have just taken it himself, stepped on second. That's what I expected him to do. Instead, made a little flip, and Bivens wasn't really ready for it to make the relay and made a rush throw that, fortunately, Cronenworth was able to corral and prevent from airmailing it into foul territory and allowing the run to score. Heelan on third, Hoshite on first. Reed Hunter at the plate, the DH today for the Wildcats, hitting .248 on the year. Not a lot of pop in this bat, only 4 extra base hits all year. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Hill delivers. That one's skied foul over the screen, and that one gets down the first base line right into the kettle corn stand. And for the second consecutive batter, Hill gets ahead 0-2. Wolverines play Hunter to go the opposite way. Cronenworth holding with Hoshite at first base. Hill gets the sign from Patrick. Shrugs his shoulders, now delivers 0-2. That one's fouled off. Good piece of defensive swinging right there, right into the Northwestern Wildcats dugout. Count remains 0-2. Bruder in left, Glines in center, White in right. Mazes and Bivens make up the left side of the infield. Jacobson and Cronenworth on the right. Runners at the corners for the Wildcats. 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Hill with the 0-2 swing and a miss, and he gets out of the jam. A good breaking ball in, and Hunter Reed strikes out. There's the end of the inning. Evan Hill gets out of a jam. We head to the bottom of the first. No score. You're listening to WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan baseball. Coming up for the Wolverines will be Jacob Cronenworth, Jackson Glines, and Travis Mazes. The 1-2-3 hitters. Starting on the mound for the Wildcats, Brandon Magalonis, owner of a 6.01 ERA, 3-4 on the year. This will be his 15th start. 17 and third inning pitch, 98 hits, 56 runs, 47 of those earned, 35 walks, 59 strikeouts. And what really pops out is a 331 batting average against, along with 8 hit by batters and 8 wild pitches and 5 hit batters. So a lot of struggles from Magalonis, but nonetheless, he's maintained that first starter role for the Wildcats, and he will take the mound here today. Magalonis, the senior right-hander, 6 foot 385 pounds, out of Manhattan, Illinois, one of 14 Illinois residents on this Wildcats roster. Eli, what did you see from Evan Hill there to be able to escape that first inning jam? He ran into a little bit of trouble. They weren't the hard. He gave up the one, just kind of number right back up the middle for the only hit, and then a walk. What do you like out of Evan Hill able to get out of the jam?
Well, I think the key here for Evan Hill early on is that he really limited the hard contact. You know, you mentioned everything pretty much on the ground, not too hard of hitting from the Wildcats early on, and that is really, you know, what you got to focus on. Evan Hill, of course, making his second start of the season, coming off of injury. He had a few rehab assignments, out of the bullpen early. Evan Hill is continuing that success he had last year, kind of building on that success. I'm okay, seeing a guy come in and struggle in the early going, struggle to find the zone, as long as he's not giving up line shots to the outfield. And so far he has the stuff, and it's just, it's a manner of finding the zone and really being able to work the corners and instead of laying something in there. And so far it's really, self-induced trouble. And that's something that's a lot easier to fix than if guys are just laying it on thick and beating you up in the box.
And first up for the Wolverines will be the first baseman today, Jacob Cronenworth. He plays all over the diamond for the Wolverines. Pretty much utility player, also known to pitch. We saw him just in the Wolverines' last game Wednesday at Central Michigan. Came out with some at the end of that game and ended up getting the win in that game. The Wolverines took that game 6-5 in 10 innings.
Cronenworth, along with Benedetti, both finalists for the Oland Award this year. That award, of course, goes to the best two-way player in college baseball, best pitcher, best hitter.
And he skies that one to left field, going back, and that one is going to be caught on the warning track by Hoshite. I thought that one had a chance to get off the wall. Didn't have quite enough to carry that mini there in left field, but I thought it had enough pop, but just not quite enough. And Hoshite, a pretty standard catch out there on the warning track in left field.
Really difficult for a left-handed hitter to get one out over the brick monster there, 20-foot tall wall down the left field line. So nonetheless, nice hit by Cronenworth.
A productive at-bat. He definitely gave that one a ride, but not quite enough. And next batter, Jackson Glines, will take that one a little bit inside for a ball, 1-0. Here's the 1-0 delivery. That one misses low, 2-0. Glines fourth in the Big Ten in batting average at 362. His teammate, Carmen Benedetti, is tied for the lead at 366. Here's the 2-0 delivery. There's a strike on the outside corner. Got the changeup in there from Magalonis. Count goes to 2-1.
Tell you what, things have certainly tightened up in that batting race in the Big Ten. A few weeks ago, Jackson Glines was free and clear, about 30 points ahead, sitting around 400.
And he'll take a fastball right at the knees for a strike. Count even at 2-2. Wildcats very deep all around in the outfield, respecting Glines' power.
Magalonis working from the left side of that rubber Glines crowding the plate a little bit on the inside.
And there's a ground ball foul. Klein's just a little bit out ahead of that one. The count remains 2-2.
And welcome back to Ann Arbor after a few technical difficulties. The computer pooped out on us. Wolverines had a pop out to the left side. Travis Mays has popped out to the shortstop. And Carmen Benedetti grounded out to the right side to finish out the first, but not after Jackson Glines had a solo home run to right field, just nearly missed hitting the scoreboard out there. Eli Sherman and Andrew Hausman here for the first of this 3-game set. Evan Hill back on the mound.
And Evan Hill will retake down a little bit of a shaky inning that first inning. Gave up the kind of a weak, it was just a seeing eye base hit right up the middle. I thought Evan Hill was going to be able to snag it, but just couldn't quite get his bare hand on it. That was to Heelan, the leadoff batter. And after that, ended up retiring Jones on a strikeout before Mitchell drew a 5-pitch walk. And he ended up escaping the inning with a fielder's choice off the bat of Hoshite, and then getting Reed Hunter to strike out. So able to escape and still trying to find his rhythm, as Eli mentioned, coming back from injury. And how many innings do you expect we'll see out of Evan Hill here today?
Well, I think it entirely depends on how many pitches he throws. Right now, he's at 23. I think Coach Eric Bakich could let him go as many as 100 if he's pitching well. And so it's a matter of how efficient he is in getting guys out. I think it's more of a performance decision than a endurance decision at this point. He's been pitching now for about a month back in the swing of things. And of course, if Coach Bakich has decided that he's well enough to be starting a game, that means Coach Bakich thinks that he has the stamina to pitch in these significant games and go as long as he needs to.
And R.J. Waters will take a strike on the outside corner. Good fastball there from Evan Hill. Waters hitting .375 in limited action this year. This is his 7th start of the year. 0-1 delivery. That one's fouled off and over the press box. 0-2. And Hill did have a rough time with the first few batters of that first inning. He got behind in the count, and that allowed Heelan to get a pitch he kind of liked driving back up the middle, and then also led to the walk, but ended up these last 3 batters he's going to had 0-2, and that's led to a little more success. Once again, he's ahead 0-2 in R.J. Waters, who's in center field today for the Wildcats. He'll call time. Now dig back in, waiting for the 0-2 pitch. Here it comes, and that hits him. So he'll get a free bag, and not what you like to see there out of Evan Hill. He gets ahead 0-2 and then just plunks him. Right, it looked like it hit him right in the stomach.
Yeah, it looked like actually maybe the inside of the elbow, the right elbow down there. He's still walking around down at first base trying to shake it off. But yeah, Evan Hill, disappointing to see. He gets ahead 0-2. You're looking for a pitch out of the zone. He tried to go, inside and try and paint the corner, maybe get Waters to chase on something up and in, get him to jam shot down the third base line, but just got a little bit away from Evan Hill, left-handed pitcher. That pitch riding in on the hands for the inside, for the right-handed hitters.
Well, you can't blame him. That's the pitch he got Zach Jones to strike out on, and then also strike out for the first inning, and then also same with Reed Hunter. And there's a chopped relay to second base, and then not in time to first. So first pitch swinging by Cody Stevens. Mazes records the fielder's choice out with Eric Jacobson covering at second base. Jacobson's relay to first base is not in time. So the Wolverines get a fielder's choice, get the lead runner, and 1 out here in the top of the second. Wolverines lead 1-0.
And again, still nothing hard hit off of Evan Hill, right there. A pitch out over the plate, and Stevens was just unable to do anything with it. Grounded a chopper over to Mazes, and Mazes fielded on one hop.
Now Grant Picart will dig in. He'll take a strike right at the knees. Good fastball there. Mazes standing right on the edge of the infield grass, watching for a potential bunt. Cronenworth holding with Stevens at first base. Picart, one of 8 righties in this lineup today for the Wildcats. He squares to bunt and gets that one down, but goes foul. And now goes to 0-2. So once again, Evan Hill works ahead in the count. See what he can do. Try and get some swings and misses now that he has the Wildcat hitters in a hole.
Interesting to see a guy trying to bunt for a hit here with 1 out in the second inning. Don't know too much about Picart's speed, but in any case.
0-2 pitch lifted in the air to center field. Glines will track it to his left, call off Kevin White, and record the out. And there's 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. Stevens will retreat back to first base, unable to tag up as that was fairly shallow. Coming up is the number 9 hitter, Connor Lind. He's the third baseman, the freshman hitting .218 on the year. He'll dig into that righty batter's box. Evan Hill working from the stretch with the runner on base. He'll throw over. And Evan Hill, an interesting contrast to what we see out of a lot of college pitchers. A lot of college pitchers have a faster pickoff move and then a slow little lob over to first base. He is a slow pickoff move, and then he just fires it right into the glove of Jacob Cronenworth standing at first base. He delivers home this time. That one's a little high. 1-0.
Looked like he and Kendall Patrick might have gotten crossed up. Kendall Patrick kind of flinched as the ball came into the plate.
Yeah, I think that might have been called a strike if Patrick had been a little more ready for that one and really sold it, but didn't fool Jim Shaley. Evan Hill checks the runner. He delivers home. 1-0. That one's lifted high in the air to left field, way back, and that one is foul. Cody Bruder giving chase. That one looked like it might have distance off the bat to clear the wall in left field, but just kind of died in the outfield and got about 5 to 10 feet foul and ended up landing in the Wolverines bullpen.
A lot of backspin under that thing. Wind not blowing too strong in any particular direction, though that could pick up as there's storms to the north, possibly rolling in a little bit later. But that ball just hit off about the middle of the wall out there in left field. Could have done a lot of damage if it were fair.
1-1 delivery. Breaking ball misses high. That was kind of an invitation from Evan Hill. Here, have another one. You couldn't get that one out of here, so see if you can do the same with that one. But he takes that one for a ball. Count goes to 2-1. Connor Lind, light hitting third baseman, only 3 extra base hits, all doubles. Hill checks the runner. He'll throw over. Stevens back in safely with a head first slide. Stevens looked like he was leaning a little bit there, but Hill takes so much time to go into that throwing motion that he was able to dive back in safely in time.
Well, most left-handed pitchers have a 1 and a 2 where they throw over lazily, as you mentioned, and then throw over and try and trick a runner.
And there's a line shot to left field. Bruder tracking it, and he will make the catch on going onto the warning track. So the first hard hit ball by Connor Lind, but that's nothing but a hard hit out. And that's the third out of the inning. We head to the bottom of the second. Wolverines lead 1-0. Listen, WCBN sports coverage of Michigan baseball. Andrew Hausman alongside Eli Sherman.
And as I was saying about Evan Hill's, throw over to first base, his pickoff move, most left-handed pitchers will have kind of a slow or not really their main pickoff move where they step right towards first base. And then they'll have their better move, which is they kind of step on a 45-degree angle towards first base in between first and home and make it look like they're delivering to the plate and then throw over. And Evan Hill actually seems to have 3 motions. He has the lazy throw over, he has the hard throw over, both of which where he's stepping directly towards the base, and then he has a hard throw over where he's stepping towards home, and that actually gives a little bit of added deception towards the runner, makes it that much more hard to read. And even if you're not going after a guy, it forces a runner to stay home a little bit longer and flinch on their possible attempt at second base on a steal, and it really limits the running game for Evan Hill. Last year he led the Big Ten in pickoffs, also led the Big Ten in balks, had 3, but successful pickoffs he had in the high teens, I think maybe 20 by the time the season was over last year. Of course, with injury, he hasn't had the chance to replicate that statistic so far this year, but being able to limit the running game is a huge factor, especially in college baseball where everything is so speed oriented. You're playing small ball. That's a huge factor in his success. And after throwing 23 pitches in the first inning through just 11 that inning, so he's kind of back on track in terms of the pitch count. And we'll see how he progresses later on in the game, but that inning could be huge in terms of his ability to go deep in this one.
Cody Bruder steps in. He'll take that breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike. A late call from home plate umpire Jim Shaley. Wildcats fairly deep and straight up all around in the outfield. Bruder waiting for the 0-1. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball in the dirt. Or should I say dirt-colored turf. 0-2 on Bruder.
Not a pretty swing there from Bruder. Don't see too many of those wave at the pitches in the dirts from the Michigan batters. They're pretty disciplined, but every once in a while you'll see something out of the ordinary.
0-2 pitch. That's a high chop to third base. Lynn grabs it. He'll throw it to first base, and they get Bruder by 2.5 steps. Easy ground out there. Nice play by Lind. And that's the first out here in the bottom of the second.
Rather routine there for the third baseman. Of course, he is only hitting .218 on the season, so obviously he's in there for his glove. Flashing that leather right there.
Now Jake Bivens will come up to the plate. Number 6 batter in the Wolverines lineup today. The matchup of number 18s. Megalonis, number 18 on the mound. Bivens, number 18 in the box. And number 18 delivers a strike on the inside corner. Fastball makes it 0-1. Wildcats outfield shifting just a little bit, playing Bivens to go the opposite way. 0-1 delivery, breaking ball in there for a strike. Nice pitch there from Magalonis. And with 2 strikes, the Wildcats infield will take a few steps back all around. Magalonis taking plenty of time. Now he'll deliver 0-2. And that one's a ground ball right up the middle, snagged by Peekert. Throw to first base, not in time. So an infield base hit for Jake Bivens. That was a very high chop right back up the middle. Peekert made a nice play to get over there and grab it, but his momentum was carrying him all the way past second base and really had no chance, especially to try and throw it across his body all the way to first base. So infield base hit from Jake Bivens with one out.
Yeah,
Leaves a runner on base for Kendall Patrick.
Peekert going for kind of the Jeter throw off balance, off his left foot as he threw that one, moving away from first base, but really just a testament to how this game is speed oriented. Michigan in particular recruits speed. We know Coach Bakich loves to play small ball, and Bivens, not a small ball play there, but beating out an infield single could be huge, to get leading off the inning, to get a guy on base.
And Kendall Patrick takes a fastball low, 1-0. He'll step out of that righty batter's box, get the signs from his third base coach. Waiting for the 1-0. Bivens takes a short lead off first base. He's able to slide back in safely on a pickoff move from Magalonis. That'll shorten his lead just a little bit.
Kendall Patrick, as we mentioned, home run last week against Iowa, 4 home runs on the season.
Another throw over to first base, and once again, Bivens just barely back in time. Those have been some spot-on pickoff throws right where you want to put them for Magalonis. Jones holding with Bivens there at first base. Wildcats outfield playing Kendall Patrick to pull. And there's the 1-0 is fouled off down the first base line, even the count at 1-1. Hoshi very deep in left field. Bivens will take his lead off first base shortly. Patrick digs back into the righty batter's box, waiting for the 1-1 pitch from Magalonis. He gets the sign from Heelan. Now delivers home. 1-1 ground ball to the shortstop, flip to second base, and now a throw to first base, and that is a double play for the Wildcats. They get out of the inning. So the infield single does no harm. We head to the top of the third inning. Wolverines lead 1-0. You listen to WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan baseball.
Yeah, it's just bad from Kendall Patrick. Rolling one over to the left side and, killing a good inning that was in the making for the Wolverines. But, this is a team that all year has been kind of oriented towards string some hits together and keep fighting because eventually they're going to kill you with a 10-run inning, an 8-run inning here, 5-run inning there, and I think it's only a matter of time in a lot of cases before Michigan's able to really get to a pitcher. And Magalonis so far has done a nice job of limiting that offensive output, but I don't think Evan Hill is the guy that you want to get into a pitcher's duel with, because Evan Hill so far has shown that he's able to really limit that hard contact and really control the inning. If you're going to score on him, it's not going to be because you're a better hitter than he is a pitcher. It's because he's, just not on for that inning.
And he will return to the mound for his third inning here. As Eli mentioned, standing at 34 pitches, so has plenty left in the tank to go deep into this game. Coming up will be the top of the order for the Wildcats. Scott Heelan, the owner of the only hit for the Wildcats. That was a leadoff single in the first inning. Just kind of a seeing eye base hit, went right up the middle. Hill had a shot to snag it with his bare hand, but just missed it. And went right in between second baseman Jacobson and Bivens, the shortstop, who were both playing at normal positions, well away from the second base bag. Heelan, very rare sight you see a catcher as the leadoff batter for your squad. The senior batting .346 on the year.
Something tells me that if he ends up playing beyond college, he isn't going to be a catcher much longer. The way he's hitting, they'll look to put him in a position where he can focus on hitting and hitting alone, maybe first base.
Takes the first pitch, breaking ball for a strike on the outside. 0-1. Here's the pitch from Hill. That one's a shot to short, bobbled by Bivens. He'll corral it, throw it to first base, and still able to get Heelan by a step and a half. That was a hard hit ball right to Bivens, and he was able to knock it down, fumbled it a little bit, getting out of his glove, but still with plenty of time to fire it across the diamond to Jacob Cronenworth and record the first out here at the top of the third.
Real hot shot from Heelan. Zach Jones coming up. He's second in the Big Ten in doubles. Heelan sits in fourth. He has 17. Jones with 20.
Breaking ball misses upstairs. 1-0.
Benedetti for Michigan, of course, leading the Big Ten in that stat.
I was wondering if you're going to get to that aspect of shameless self-promotion here for the Wolverines. 1-0. Fastball misses outside. 2-0.
Well, we're deep enough in the season that it's, almost awards time. And I think, even given our Michigan bias, given that we are Michigan students, I think it's safe to say that Benedetti is definitely an all Big Ten selection. Without a doubt, he will be almost certainly unanimous first team selection. The only question is, will he be an All-American selection at this point? Probably not first team, but perhaps second or third team or honorable mention.
I'm the honorable mention. I do agree with you that he will be a first team selection. I'm not sure about unanimous. I think some other top players in the Big Ten will garner some votes, but I think he will definitely make that Big Ten first team. Meanwhile, Zach Jones fouls off the 2-0 to make it 2-1. Breaking ball almost hits him. He leans back out of the way. 3-1 on Zach Jones. He struck out looking his first time up. The lone lefty in the lineup for the Wildcats here today.
Perhaps that's an argument for the daily sports report, but I think if you're leading the Big Ten in batting average and slugging percentage, and doubles, you make a strong case for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong, but he is certainly one of the best offensive players in the Big Ten, if not the best.
And here's the payoff pitch to Jones. Swing and a miss, and a big strikeout for Evan Hill. Jones' second strikeout of the day. First one looking, that one swinging. Hill fell behind Jones, 2-0, then 3-1, but able to claw back into that at bat and get a strikeout. That's his third of the day, excuse me. That'll leave it up to Jack Mitchell. 2 outs here in the top of the third for the Wildcats. He walked his first time up. Here's the first pitch from Hill. That one's a fastball, misses up. 1-0. Wolverines average depth and pretty much straight up in the outfield. Gline's a little bit shaded towards left center field. The 1-0 delivery. That one's foul shot down the first base line into the parking lot bordering the Michigan outdoor track.
Actually got out onto the field there in the inside of the track.
He moves the count at 1-1.
Young whippersnapper getting the afternoon exercise over there on the track.
1-1 breaking ball just misses. That looked like a perfect pitch on the knees, right on the inside black of the plate. But
looked good to me.
Not enough for Jim Shalley. Here's the 2-1. Same place, and once again, another ball. Wow.
Well, Evan Hill doesn't seem too upset. Maybe these are a little bit too low, and we just don't have the angle on it. But these are definitely close pitches. Must be hard for Mitchell to lay off.
3-1 delivery. That one's not close. That one misses well inside, and Mitchell draws his second walk of the game. He's on with 2 outs. They'll bring up the cleanup batter, Joe Hoshite. Hoshite turned into a fielder's choice his last time up in the first inning. Also with a nice catch of a rip to left field. Hill now working from the stretch. There's a different pickoff move. As you mentioned, he has a wide variety of pickoff moves. And he just kind of threw that one overhand. Didn't even step towards first base. Trying to catch Mitchell a little bit off guard. Cronenworth holding with him there. Here's the first pitch, and that hits him. So another hit batter by Evan Hill. And they'll put runners at first and second with 2 outs here in the top of the third. Once again, as you mentioned, this is not the Wildcats batters beating Evan Hill. It's Evan Hill beating himself, not placing the pitches where he wants to. And that allows a 2-out walk and then a 2-out hit by pitch.
I think that was, a little bit too much focus on the runner there. His his eyes were still turned towards first base as he kind of broke his hands coming out of his high leg kick. And then as he came to the plate is when he finally looked in, and, it's a little bit harder to focus in on the glove if you're waiting that long to look in.
And a great breaking ball there from Evan Hill induces a big swing and miss from Reed Hunter. The DH today struck out his first time up. That ended the mini rally in the first inning, running runners at first and third with 2 outs. Hunter unable to knock them in. Takes the next pitch inside for a strike, quickly 0-2 on Hunter. Wolverines play the righty Hunter to go just a little bit the opposite way, pretty much straight up in the outfield. Hill comes set. Delivers. Swing and a miss! And a big strikeout by Evan Hill, his 4th of the game. Gets the Wolverines out of a mini jam again. Once again, Hill sets down Hunter to end the inning and get the Wolverines out of a jam. We head to the bottom of the third. Wolverines lead 1-0. You're listening to WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan baseball.
And right there, that pitch, just a good example of good scouting there by Kendall Patrick. Obviously the listener at home can't see this, but Hunter has a bit of a hitch in his swing, has his hands high up as he's coming in, getting set and getting his trigger, and then his trigger brings his hands way down, and so it's a little bit slower because his hands have to go vertically straight down and then come across rather than kind of coming in at an angle. And so, going with that curveball there makes it a little bit harder for him to read, and going back door, he can't quite adjust as much on the swing. And Hunter, not a terrible hitter, hitting, 246 on the season, but right there, Kendall Patrick going with the curveball and getting Hunter to swing and miss on a pitch that, he's not going to be able to reach 9 times out of 10.
And same pitch he got him with in the first inning. So it's kind of one of those fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. And if you're looking at the perspective from Evan Hill, a little bit of a switch up of the typical saying there, but Evan Hill and Kendall Patrick combining to get Hunter to strike out twice with runners on base. The Wildcats 0-7 with runners on today. 0-3 runners in scoring position, 0-3 with 2 outs. Wolverines have not had a lot of runners on base, but they lead 1-0 here in the bottom of the third, courtesy of that Jackson Glines home run well over the right field wall.
Jackson Glines jack to right field.
First pitch, Kevin White takes a hearty cut and misses. 0-1.
Magalonis going with the off speed there. Way out in front of it was Kevin White.
White will readjust his batting gloves, dig back into the righty batter's box. Magalonis delivers. There's a strike on the outside corner. Quickly 0-2 on Kevin White.
Kevin White still striking out a lot. 23 strikeouts in just 72 at-bats this season.
Here's the 0-2 delivery. That one misses low and outside, 1-2. And, you can be prone to a lot of those strikeouts when it seems every time Kevin White comes to the plate, you look up and it's suddenly 0-2, 1-2, and that's getting yourself into a rut.
He's aggressive, sometimes to a fault.
1-2 is fouled straight back, well over the press box. So a defensive cut allows Kevin White to stay alive. Count remains 1-2.
And the other thing is, I've been saying it all season on various broadcasts. He always hits the ball hard, and that's because he's basically swinging for the fences on every pitch.
1-2, he fouls it off himself. Once again, stays alive.
He's very infrequently, choking up and just trying to get a hit in play. Everything is trying to hit it hard and hope you come up with something good even when it's on 2 strikes.
2 strikes here, 1 ball. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third. Delivery from Magalonis. And that's a chop foul down the third baseline. That one gets right through the door to the Wolverines bullpen. And the count remains 1-2. So after quickly falling behind, White's shown a little bit of a defensive hitting here and stayed alive in this at-bat. 1-2 delivery. That one's a base hit into left field. And a good piece of two-strike hitting by Kevin White, just as we were ripping on him a little bit for not being able to shorten his swing up with 2 strikes. He needs to get solid contact on the ball and get the leadoff single here in the bottom of the third.
Well, we were ripping on him, but he still didn't shorten up. That was just a really, really hard hit line drive right on the nose out to left field. And, that's a pitch that, Magalonis has to do more to get the pitch out of the zone. I think Kevin White is a guy that you're a lot more likely to be able to get to chase. But, it seems like Kevin White has done a better job of late of fighting off pitches, not shortening up particularly, but putting contact on a ball and fouling stuff off.
And there's a little number that will find a little hole in the left side of the infield, an infield base hit for Eric Jacobson. Lind was playing a little bit in, as Jacobson is known as the as a player that can bunt frequently, and Lind was playing too far in, so that number got past him. And by the time Stevens was able to slide into the hole and get that one, Jacobson was a few steps away from first. Absolutely no play for anyone, and a seeing eye base hit. It's the Wolverines first and second. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third.
Top of the order up too. Jacob Cronenworth coming to the plate. Going back to Kevin White real quick, it seems that he's been able to fight off those 2-strike pitches a little bit better of late, and that's what's gotten his average up into the 270s, where it was down in the 240s just a couple weeks ago.
Here's Jacob Cronenworth, and he pops the one high in the air. Infield fly rule will be called, but Lind will go through the motions and record the out. So Cronenworth will be disappointed with himself in that at-bat. Just kind of popped them out. First pitch swinging. And never like a foul pop-out with runners at first and second. Nobody out. That'll bring up Jackson Glines. He homered his first time up. His third homer of the year. That one almost hit the scoreboard, but was able to clear the wall in right field.
This will be a really interesting at-bat, both because Glines doesn't get too many homers, so we'll see how anxious he is now after hitting one in his first at-bat, and also for Magalonis, who is in a jam to say the least and is now facing the one guy that's gotten a hit on him, or well, the first guy to get a hit on him today, and the one guy that's done any real damage so far.
And Magalonis misses inside with a breaking ball. 1-0. White takes his lead off second base. Jacobson off first. Outfield very deep all around on Jackson Glines. Magalonis checks the runner once, twice. Now here's the 1-0. That one misses low. Came back with the breaking ball, but a little too low. Count goes to 2-0. Think perhaps pitching around Jackson Glines here. Not exactly a whole lot of place to put him, though.
Yeah, and with Mazes and Benedetti coming up, this is almost like when you look at the Tigers lineup, just one guy after another can really beat you.
And a third consecutive breaking ball gets in there outside corner for a strike, 2-1. Very surprised. Glines didn't like that one, but maybe just a little bit too low and outside for his liking. Count goes to 2-1. Still a good hitter's position right here. Magalonis taking a long look in. White the runner at second. Jacobson on first. 2-1 delivery. That one just misses a little bit too far inside with the fastball. 3-1 count for Jackson Glines. White single to left field with 2 strikes. Eric Jacobson, seeing eye base hit to the left side of the infield, puts runners at first and second with only 1 out here in the bottom of the third. 3-1 pitch fouled off. Nice pitch there by Magalonis, and Glines unable to do anything with that one. That runs the count full. Runners will likely be off with the pitch. White on second, Jacobson on first. Glines waiting for the 3-2 pitch. Magalonis gets the sign, checks White at second, and he'll step off the mound. Look Kevin White back to second. Kevin White refuses to go back to second base, but no threat from Cody Stevens sneaking in behind him.
Big pressure pitch for Magalonis. No wonder that he just wanted an extra half second to look White back, take a deep breath.
3-2 pitch, runners off, and there's a ground ball to first base, scooped up by Jones, and he will flip over to Magalonis. to make the out at first base. So there's a fielder's choice. Both runners move up, and now runners at second and third with 2 outs for Travis Mazes.
Glines couldn't do too much with that, but he did get the runners over. And with Mazes coming up, this is a high percentage situation for Michigan. All Mazes has to do is put one in the outfield, and the Wolverines will have a 3-0 lead. Extra base hit would really help Michigan, as Benedetti would be coming up and Mazes would put himself in position to get hit in.
First pitch. That one misses inside, 1-0. White on third, Jacobson on second. Both itching to come home and extend the early Wolverines lead. They lead 1-0. Looking to add more. Magalonis delivers 1-0. Fastball misses up and away. 2-0. Mazes 0 for 1 on the day. Popped out to the shortstop his first time up. Takes a few practice cuts in that lefty batter's box. Gets ready for the 2-0. Magalonis delivers. Well outside. That one makes it 3-0.
I wouldn't be surprised right here to see the Northwestern coaches give a sign for an intentional walk. 3-0 with a 306 hitter at the plate. Might as well take advantage of the open base.
Only problem is the force looming on deck in the form of Carmen Benedetti. 3-0 pitch. And he misses that one low and inside. And a 4-pitch walk to Travis Mazes loads him up for Carmen Benedetti. This is what you live for if you're Carmen Benedetti. Base is loaded. You have a chance to knock in some runs here and really put the Wolverines in a great position to start off this game and this weekend series.
Yeah, Benedetti, this is where you earn the awards right here. Coming in.
Maybe I'll change my tune a little bit here.
Coming in with 2 outs, bases loaded. Either you can kind of flounder, let the inning end, or you can extend it and put some runs on the board against a pitcher that's been relatively shaky so far.
Magalonis delivers, and he almost hits him. Benedetti gets out of the way of that one. 1-0.
Heelan was set up on the outside corner. That one way inside. Magalonis not commanding his pitches. These last 5 all for balls.
Magalonis taking a long look in, and now we'll get a mound visit. Pitching coach for the Wildcats. That's Tim Studdard. His 22nd season with the Wildcats. Assisting head coach Paul Stevens, who's in his 28th season for the Northwestern Wildcats. So, with the conference on the mound after that badly missed first pitch, if you're Carmen Benedetti, what are you looking for here?
Just a pitch out over the strike zone. Anything that he can put his bat on, especially if he's able to get ahead in this count, he'll be a little bit more selective, because the key here is just really to get something in the outfield. Anything down in the outfield will score at least 1, maybe 2, given the fact that the outfielders are playing somewhere in between their regular depth and no doubles, particularly the right fielder.
Yeah, Northwestern's had a very deep look all around. Respecting the Wolverines' #1 offense in the Big Ten.
297, the team batting average for the Wolverines.
1-0, and there's a ground ball to the shortstop, Stevens. He misplays it, and there's no throw, but Jacobson overslides third base. So the Wolverines will get a run in, but a base running blunder by Eric Jacobson prevents more damage for the Wolverines and allows the Wildcats to escape the jam. Wolverines take a 2-0 lead to the top of the 4th inning. Evan Hill returns to the mound. You're listening to WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan baseball.
Interesting sequence there. We saw actually Jacobson, started the play on second base, ran in front of the shortstop Stevens there, and probably did a good job of screening him as he was forced to third, and that could be what caused Stevens to bobble that ball. You lose track of the ball for a half second there as the guy's running in front of you rather than, Jacobson obviously could have run behind and stayed out of the way, but it's a smart baseball play, smart base running play to get in front of the guy and kind of linger there for a second, not to the point where you're interfering with the play, because even if you don't touch the ball, if you're standing there for too long or standing too close to the fielder, you can get called for interference and then, automatic out. But doing a good job of screening the shortstop Stevens, and that's really what caused Stevens to lose track of the ball, able to pick it up on the first try, but as he went to the transfer it, was a little bit flustered, and that's what caused him to bobble, and that gave Benedetti the infield single and allowed the Wolverines to score that go-ahead run, or excuse me, insurance run. Still early
Insurance
here.
run in the third inning.
Everything's insurance at this point. Once you have a lead, you want to keep the lead.
And I didn't exactly see what Jacobson did there. I was watching Stevens, and then I glanced down the line to see where Benedetti was to see if he was going to make it, and I thought there was going to be no play on the ball. But then next thing I knew, I was looking over at third base. That's where Stevens threw over, right over to Lind.
Quick hot shot off the bat of Waters' first pitch, past the diving glove of Mazes. He's in with a single to lead things off here in the top of the fourth. You were saying, Andrew?
And then next thing I knew, Lind tagged out Jacobson, and there was the end of the inning. So I thought the Wolverines were still going to have bases loaded with Cody Bruder coming up, but nonetheless, they're able to add one run.
One thing to note, that did go down, in fact, for a hit for Benedetti, even though Stevens bobbled it at short. Benedetti still credited with the hit, also will get the RBI there. Bunt here from Stevens. Going over to field, it was Cronenworth. Nobody covers first base, and he's in with an infield single on the bunt base hit. And so now first and second with no outs. Wildcats trying to string together a little bit of offensive output of their own here in the fourth inning.
And you could argue these last two batters have reached on plays they both should have been retired on. First, Travis Mazes, normally sure-handed down there at the hot corner at third base, should have been able to make that play, arguably one way or the other. But even so, Evan Hill definitely should help his own cause out and get over and cover first base. But unable to win the foot race to first base, and no play in the ball for Jacob Cronenworth. The Wildcats have a rally going here.
I think arguably the first one too far out of Mazes' reach, but yeah, the second play definitely Hill has to be there to cover. I think he just fell asleep on the mound, and that's also partially on Kendall Patrick, the catcher. He has to be awake enough to tell his pitcher, get over. Now chopper over to third base, double play ball. Get the first at second. They got the second at first. Double play for the Wolverines. And 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Waters moving over to third, but nice induced double play ball by Evan Hill, getting the grounder over to third. Taylor made for Travis Mazes to get that thing started. 5-4-3. The turn there.
Yeah, I thought they had a shot at triple play there with Waters running over to third base. He had a chance to tag him there, then flip over to second. I don't think he would have been able to get Pikert at first, but he would have at least gotten the first two lead runners.
Not quite enough time probably for the triple play. Now a double down the left field line off the bat of Connor Lind. He's in standing up. I called it a double before he even got to first base, but it was pretty clear that he was going to get there. The run coming in from third base, and now a 2-1 game here in Ann Arbor.
And a lot of first pitch swinging here for the Wildcats. They're really going after Hill. They were a lot more patient, but Hill was getting ahead in the count in those first 3 innings. Got to a lot of 0-2 counts. The Wildcats didn't like that, and they realized they're getting a lot of first pitch strikes, so they've made the adjustment here, and that's gotten them on the scoreboard.
It's a 9-inning ball game, and if you can't make adjustments, you're not going to have a chance. But if you can, you just might be able to fight back even though they were down early. Now Heelan comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2. Had a single in the first, got stranded at third base. First pitch inside. Misses for a ball. Connor Lind standing on second base after the RBI double. 2 outs here. 1 run already in the top of the fourth. Things have gone in a whirlwind the past couple of minutes. 0-1 pitch. Chopper to the left side. Travis Mazes fields it on a hop. Throws to first. Cronenworth makes the play. And so after 3 hits there by the Wildcats in the fourth, And 1 run in, we go to the bottom of the 4th. Wolverines with a 2-1 lead here in Ann Arbor. Eli Sherman and Andrew Hausman for WCBN Sports.
Yeah, what a crazy inning. Just a lot of all 4 of the first batters were first pitch swinging. We saw single, double play, double, all in the first pitch swinging. And then Heelan did take 1 pitch outside of the zone for a ball before swinging the second pitch. So very few pitches there from Evan Hill, but he does give up the run, and he's going to have to make an adjustment to not let the Wildcats get the balls in their wheelhouse on the first pitch of each at bat.
Yeah, I didn't check the clock before that inning, but I'd estimate that inning was only 2 or 3 minutes, and the Wildcats got 4 guys on base, or 3 guys on base, excuse me, and a run in, and also 3 outs were retired. So 6 guys came to the plate, and somehow that all managed to fit in just 2 or 3 minutes in that short amount of time. Things going really quick there. So the Wolverines will come up. Bruder, Bivens, and Patrick coming to the plate. Magalonis working in his 4th inning here. He's been pretty efficient so far, 42 pitches on the day. 21 of those came just in the last inning as the Wolverines added a run, loaded the bases. Of course, Benedetti getting the RBI on an infield single.
And going back to Benedetti's at bat, you can't like what you've seen from Benedetti so far this game. I know it's early. I know it's just 2 at bats, but 2 pretty weak ground balls off his bat. For the first one is not in that important of a situation, but that one bases loaded, 2 outs. And if Stevens was playing in a little bit, maybe he has a shot to really get Benedetti pretty easily, but he bobbles it, and then they ruled that a hit. But kind of fortunate for Benedetti, not very hard hit balls in either of his first 2 at bats.
So Bruder comes to the plate, grounded out to second. In the 2nd inning, now a fly ball straight away center field. Going back is Waters, just in front of the track and making the catch over his shoulder. Long fly ball, but no damage. 1 away on 1 pitch for Brandon Magalonis here in the bottom of the 4th.
Keeps with the theme of the 4th inning. This is a quick 4th inning, and we've seen 6 batters at the plate so far on both sides, and 5 of them swinging on the first pitch.
So that brings up Jake Bivens, freshman shortstop. First pitch outside for a ball. And fastball there from Magalonis.
And that shows why the Wildcats are playing so deep, as the Wolverines have had power throughout this lineup. Cronenworth had that long fly ball for the first out of the game to left field that Hoshay was able to track down. Waters was able to track that one down right before the track. But if the Wildcats are playing where the Wolverines typically station their outfielders, those are 2 doubles pretty easily.
1-0, a fastball in the dirt. Quickly 2-0 for Bivens. Magalonis winds and fires. Fastball again low, 3-0 for the freshman. Looking for a 1-out walk here in the 4th. Wolverines haven't had too much in the way of stringing together hits. Of course, last inning as Bivens takes ball 4 straight pitches outside of the zone. Wolverines, of course, last inning strung together a few, but only were able to add on 1. Perhaps that could change here with Patrick at the plate.
Patrick trying to rebound from that poor first at-bat, a pretty easy double play right at Piekert at second base, and just a routine double play for the Wildcats. Patrick did have a big hit in the Wednesday game.
Quick throw over for Magalonis in head first. It's Bivens.
In that first inning of the Wednesday game at Mount Pleasant against the Central Michigan Chippewas, he had a 2-out, 2-run RBI single, and that gave the Wolverines an early 3-0 lead. They had jumped out to a 5-0 lead, then let the Chippewas get all the way back, tied at 5. The Wolverines ended up winning it 6-5 in 10 innings.
Now the throw over from Magalonis. He's keeping an eye on Bivens. Now comes to the plate. Off speed in there for a strike. 0-1.
Patrick's knees buckle on that one. He was not looking off speed there.
Yeah, not too frequent that you see an off-speed pitch coming on the first pitch of an at-bat, but as a pitcher, if you're able to throw that with consistency, you can really keep the hitters off balance. Another throw over. Bivens in safely.
And we'll keep an eye on the skies here. It was beautifully sunny about an hour before game time here in Ann Arbor, and it's quickly clouded over. Sun's still trying to fight through the clouds, but potential rain on the horizon.
Another throw over. Bivens in safe yet again.
And looking like a potentially rainy weekend all weekend long. So it'll be maybe a little tough to get all three of these games in, but I think they'll figure out a way to do it.
Ball low. 1-1 the count for Kendall Patrick. He's been standing there for a few minutes now, only seen 2 pitches as Magalonis has thrown over to first several times. Speaking of the weather, it's been quite hot, pretty sticky today. Uncharacteristic for early May in Michigan. But I would expect quite a bit of electricity going into the evening hours here. It's supposed to be a pretty heavy thunderstorm. Curveball inside, misses 2-1 for Kendall Patrick, and he's content to just watch these pitches in. 2 off speed so far and 1 fastball.
Yeah, potentially looking for a hit and run here. Bivens started and stopped on that one.
Yeah, after each pitch, Patrick has been checking the dugout for a sign. So something could be coming. Another throw over. Bivens in standing up that time. Hasn't had to put in too much effort so far to get back. Nothing has been particularly close. It's more Magalonis just trying to keep him honest. Magalonis comes set. 2-1 pitch coming. And a high fly ball into left field. What? It's 2-run run. What? That was a monster shot from Kendall Patrick. That hit the back of the bleachers at Alumni Field, the softball complex out in left center field. Kendall Patrick just lifted that one into the stratosphere. Here, Ray Fisher, Wolverines now 4-1 lead, bottom 4, still just 1 out here for Kevin White.
And we mentioned in that first inning when Jackson Glines was at bat that Jackson Glines homered last Saturday and that Kendall Patrick homered last Saturday, and they've duplicated that performance right here. Glines with that first inning home run, and now Kendall Patrick with an absolute moonshot way out to left field.
Scoreboard still hasn't reset. Still says 2-1. Of course, no count for Kevin White. Takes a curveball that didn't break up high. Ball 1.
Yeah, it's not 3-1. It is 1-0.
Kevin White had a nice hot shot, 2-strike single back in the third. Check swing, called a strike anyways. 1-1 the count for Kevin White. Steps out of the box, fixes his gloves, didn't like the call. And he steps back in. Magalonis from the windup. First time this season that we've seen the Wolverines tag on 2 in back-to-back innings. Of course, they had 2 last weekend against Iowa, but perhaps the power is going to peak here against kind of a weak pitcher in Magalonis. Hit the outside corner for strike 2. Now the 1-2 pitch for Kevin White. Hits the outside corner again. Kevin White goes down looking. 2 away in the bottom of the 4th.
And just kind of a reversion to the old habits for Kevin White. Just last at bat, we saw a lot of progress for Kevin White. He fought off a number of 2-strike pitches, foul after foul. I believe there was 4 or 5 pitches fouled off in that first at bat. But then that one, it was a borderline pitch right in the outside corner. He let it go by. That was an easy strikeout call.
First pitch, Eric Jacobson pops that one straight up. Magalonis didn't have to take a step in any direction. Caught the ball right on the mound from where his where he had finished his delivery. So 3 away in the 4th. And we go to the top of the 5th. Wolverines with a 4-1 lead. 3 of those 4 runs have come on home runs today. Jackson Glines and Kendall Patrick. Both of them had a home run against Iowa last Saturday. Both of them a home run in the early going here. against Northwestern. Evan Hill comes back to the mound. 57 pitches so far today. He's given up 1 run on 4 hits. And again, only really 1 hard hit ball. That one, a fly out to Bruder in left field.
Also, there's that double last inning that was to score the run by Lynn.
That wasn't quite hard hit, more just a hit down the line. Did get a good piece of it, though.
And first up will be Zach Jones. He's already struck out twice against Evan Hill, both times on that curveball on the inside part of the, or excuse me, on the outside part of the plate for against the lone lefty in this Wildcats lineup. So we'll see if he can make some adjustments here after looking kind of silly his first 2 at-bats.
Yeah, lefty-lefty matchup could be doing Hill a favor against a .323 hitter. Hill has certainly had his number. Zach Jones, one of the leaders on this team in terms of at-bats. He's just a shade below the 200 mark, 195 number of at-bats on the season. First pitch, swing and a miss, up high on a fastball. That one nowhere near the zone. Hill knew that he could get him to chase. Hill winds and fires. Swinging a line drive foul. That one off of Yost. Hit something hard. Didn't see what it hit, but I heard it. And so quickly, 0-2, Evan Hill. Again, out ahead of Zach Jones, the first baseman. Gets a sign, winds, and delivers. Outside corner, just missed. 1-2. Looking for that fastball. Dugout asked where that was. Kendo Patrick confirmed that it was, in fact, blown away. Jones calls time, steps out to take a breath, steps back in. 1-2. Flag out in left center, flapping lazily, just about 5 miles an hour. 1-2 pitch, swinging and a miss in the dirt. Kendo Patrick held on to it, and so Zach Jones goes down swinging for the second time today. 3rd strikeout for him.
And Jones will go back into that dugout, take off his batting helmet, and put on the golden sombrero for 3 strikeouts for Zach Jones.
I don't know if they have a golden sombrero down there, but I'm sure one of the Michigan fans would be happy to provide a maize sombrero if the request is made. First pitch to Mitchell, a curveball in there for a strike. 0-1.
Mitchell, 2 walks on the day.
Good.
You mentioned the flag at half-mast, had at half-mast for Victory in Europe Day.
Good control by Hill early on this inning. 0-1 pitch misses low. That's the pitch he wanted, though. Again, once a pitcher can really command their pitches, you don't see them going too often really over the heart of the plate. You see them working along the perimeter of the strike zone. We've seen that from Hill so far today. 1-1 pitch, off speed. That one missed. And you see Kendo Patrick come out of the squat and just tell Hill to settle down a little bit. That one got away from Hill. Benedetti down in the dugout working on his pitching motion. And I did say that correctly. He's in the dugout working on that pitching motion. Up and in, 3-1 the count for Jack Mitchell, the right fielder. He's walked twice today, so could be getting on for number 3 if Hill isn't able to do anything right here. 3-1 pitch. Swinging a weak ground ball to the left side. Travis Mazes fields it, throws over to first, 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
Mitchell can't be too pleased with himself there. He had a good pitch to hit and just wasn't able to do much with it. Pretty routine ground out for Travis Mazes.
Yeah, 3-1 count. You just roll one over to the left side. Reminds me of my days at the plate. I was never too strong of a hitter.
Mine as well.
And that brings up Joe Hoshite, the left fielder. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Got hit by a pitch back in the 3rd. One of 2 hit batsmen for Evan Hill today. Swing and a miss on a nasty curveball.
And Hill, give credit to Hill. He's done a great job mixing up his pitches. A lot of these Wildcats hitters, they teed up on those first pitch fastballs last inning, Good adjustment by Evan Hill.
0-1 misses away, 1-1.
He's come back with a breaking ball as a lot of the first pitches in this inning, and that shut down the Wildcats so far.
Hausman mentioned clouds starting to roll in a little bit here, getting a little bit darker. They do have the lights on. Of course, it was a 6 p.m. start. Strike in at the knees, 1-2. A little bit of vertical development in the clouds as well. Coming out of the southwest at the moment. 1-2 pitch from Evan Hill. Inside. That hit him. That's 2 hits. Hit by pitches for Joe Hoshite today.
3 total for Evan Hill. And we saw this a lot last year. Evan Hill, he looked so good. His command would be so on point. And then just out of nowhere, you'd see a wild pitch. You see a hit batter.
Looks like a pinch hitter coming in for Reed Hunter. Reed Hunter, of course, struck out twice already today. They're going to put in Mike Trucco.
Mike Trucco batting .333, 5 of 15 on the year. Very limited action. Also 5 strikeouts in just 15 at-bats.
So 2/3 of his at-bats are strikeouts, 2/3 are strikeouts and hits combined. The rest, of course, just the usual kind of out. Evan Hill comes set. First pitch. That one misses away. Kendall Patrick going to run out and have a conversation with his pitcher. You know, going back to the Hoshite plate appearance, he gets out ahead 1-2, and then, a pitch that he tries to go inside with just rides too far inside that, and it's not like it just clipped Hoshite. It hit him on the thigh. And if you're riding too far in, you're unable to control those pitches. It can be devastating to a pitcher's confidence. And now a line drive into deep left field. Over the wall for a home run, 2-run shot. There by Mike Trucco, pinch hit home run. And now, just as quickly as the Wolverines got out to a 3-run lead, Wildcats bring it back within 1. I was looking at Bruder to go back and field that one. He took a few steps back and just turned around. He knew it was gone, wasn't going to try and pretend on that one.
Yeah, you wouldn't know from the crack of the bat. It sounded like it was going to be an easy fly out to end the inning, but instead, Trucco's first extra base hit of the season, and really just very limited action for Trucco, but he has come out and on an amazing pinch hit home run. You rarely see those in the 5th inning, but credit to him.
Swing and a miss. Looked like a foul tip there for R.J. Waters, and also, Trucco, a senior, so only 16 at bats on the season. Clearly, he isn't a guy that they expect to contribute much. Perhaps he's missed some time with injury. Nothing listed in the game notes for Northwestern. 0-1 pitch misses outside, 1-1 the count for R.J. Waters. But nevertheless, Trucco comes in and does some damage. Foul ball. Goes back into the net. 1-2 now the count. Evan Hill trying to get out of this one without any further damage.
And that home run has fired up the Wildcats dugout. Just a lot of action. They're all on the edge of that railing. They're really excited, trying to get right back into this game.
1-2 pitch. Nice 2-strike swing by Waters. That one a dirty curveball near the shoelaces, able to foul that one back into the screen. And the count stays at 1-2 with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. 2 runs already in after the Mike Trucco home run. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a weak ground ball to the left side. Mays is going to have to hurry. Throws over to first. Safe is R.J. Waters. That one almost the equivalent of a bunt, just getting past Evan Hill, but too shallow for Mazes to be able to field easily. And Mazes had to rush the throw. Ended up short of Cronenworth at first base, but probably wouldn't have made much of a difference. Waters was powering down that line. That's going to bring up Cody Stevens with 1 out and 2 outs in the 5th.
Yeah, you can't really blame Hill for that one. He made the pitch he needed to, got the result he wanted, a weak ground ball, but just kind of placed in the right spot. And the 2-out rally for the Wildcats continues.
First pitch to Stevens. Misses for a ball. Stevens getting his sign down the third base line. Quick throw over to first. In safely is Waters. That one looked a little bit more promising out of the hand of Hill. I think Waters got a little bit confused over first base. Just flinched a little bit before sliding back in. Another throw over from Hill. In safely is Waters.
Waters 3 of 5 on stolen base attempts this year. Not very standout numbers, but nonetheless, of the leads the team in stolen bases, not much of a running threat is this Wildcats baseball team.
And the 1-0 pitch to Cody Stevens. He'll come set. Outside, ball 2. Hill. Now it's 79 pitches on the day. This could be his second to last inning of work unless he's able to get a few quick ones. 2-0 pitch inside, ball 3. Expect to see Cody Stevens taking all the way with 2 outs here. And a runner on first. Don't want to make a mistake and ground one up the middle for an easy force play. Hill's got to deliver a strike. 3-0. That's in there for a strike. 3-1. Jim Shaley going up with the right hand, the home plate umpire today. Mark Ewell, the third base ump. Herbert Doan Jr. over at first. Hill throws over to first again. No tag applied by Cronenworth. Just trying to keep him honest.
Saw Mark Ewell earlier this week up in Mount Pleasant. He was behind the plate for that one. We've seen him quite a few times this year.
3-1 pitch. That one's in there for a strike yet again, right at the knees. A fastball, and now Evan Hill has gotten things to 3-2 with 2 outs. RJ Waters going to be moving on the pitch.
I don't know what Cody Stevens was waiting for there. That's a pitch to drive right there.
Payoff pitch. That one's low. And so a 2-out walk now. Runners on first and second. Here for Peekert.
And just as it looked like Hill was going to come back with an easy inning after the Wolverines took a 4-1 lead. He got his strikeout. Got a very easy ground out on a 3-1 pitch by Mitchell. And all started with the Hoshite hit by pitch. Then next thing you knew, Trucco was pinch hitting and launched that one over the wall. Now a single and walk have put runners at first and second. 2 outs here. Wildcats still threatening.
Grant Piker grounded into a double play last inning. Finish things up. First pitch to him. Curveball in there for a strike. The infielders playing relatively deep. Mazes the one that's most shallow. He's about halfway between the infield the grass on the infield and the outfield grass. Jacobson shaded just a little bit towards second base. Now a line drive into left field. Coming in is Bruder. He makes the catch. Came a little too far in. Had to leap up to make that one, but the Wolverines get out of the 5th inning without too much damage. 2-run home run by Mike Trucco on a pinch hit. 2 hits for the Wildcats there in the 5th. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. 4-3 Wolverines lead. Cronenworth grinds Mazes, top of the order for the Wolverines as Magalonis comes back out to the mound.
And we'll see how long these teams continue to play. As you point out during that half inning, Eli, there's a storm on the horizon, and it is approaching fast. We can see the sheets of rain pouring down in the distance. Probably about, I'd say about 3 to 4 miles out right now, but it could get here pretty quickly.
Yeah, that rain around the Saline area right now. We'll get a radar update for you momentarily. 80 degrees the weather in Ann Arbor right now.
Yeah, the temperature is noticeably cooled down in the last 2 hours. It was right in the high 80s, right around 87, 88 when I got here. And it is noticeably cooled down as the rain is approaching. So we'll see if they're able to get the rest of this game in. Wolverines currently lead 4-3. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Top of the lineup coming up for the Wolverines. Cronenworth, Glines, Mazes. trying to answer those Northwestern runs right back. Brendan Magalones will return to the mound for the Wildcats. So far, 4 innings pitched, 6 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks and a strikeout. Pitch count right at 56. So if he's able to limit the Wolverines to 4 runs, this could be we could see Magalones for a few more innings.
Weather update, it is looking dark along the horizon, but right now the radar says the storm won't get here till about 10:15 this evening. So presumably this game would be done, assuming no extra innings or super long innings. Cronenworth squared to bunt, pulled back on a ball up high, 1-0. Both corner infielders crashing.
I'm sorry, Eli, but that one doesn't pass the eye test. I can see the storm getting closer with my own eyes.
I agree. I can see the edge of the rain. Just one spot it's pretty light, one spot it's pretty dark, and you can see the rain falling off in the distance. Outside, 2-0. Now the count. Magalones winds and fires. That one catches the inside corner. Pretty close there. 2-1 the count for Cronenworth.
Superb pitch from Magalones there. Nothing Cronenworth could have done with that one even if he had swung. Great breaking ball inside right at the knees.
Now the 2-1. Swinging a line drive into right center field. That one's down. Cronenworth rounding first. He's heading to second. Gonna round second, heading to third. He's in sliding. He's safe. Beats the throw. Leadoff triple for Jacob Cronenworth here in the 5th. And things are going to start to move here for the Wolverines. If the top of the order is hot, the rest of the team follows. And that's going to bring up Jackson Glines. Already has a home run on the day.
And he was thinking 3 right out of the box. As he was heading into second base, he looked up and he saw Waters bobble that ball right at the right center field wall. And he knew for sure he was going to get 3. And though he dove headfirst in, per advice of assistant coach Nick Schnabel at third base, he was in pretty easily.
First pitch to Glines, up and away, misses for a ball. Looks like Brian Paul down there in the Wolverines bullpen, the freshman right-hander. Hard throwing. He's been closing games of late since Cronenworth moved into the starter's role, but
now that Hill is back,
Cronenworth is back at the back end of the bullpen. Grounder to the right side. That's going to get the run in as Jackson Glines grounds out to the second baseman, Pikert. Easy play for Pikert, but Mazes comes in after the leadoff triple, and so now 1 out here, 1 run in for the Wolverines. 5-3 the lead. Mazes coming to the plate.
And textbook piece of hitting there by Jackson Glines. You're taught you got to get that one to the right side. A little easier to do if you're a lefty like Jackson Glines. He's able to do just that. And the ground out gets the run in. Run counts the same, whether it's a home run like Glines' solo shot in the first or that RBI ground out. They all count the same on the scoreboard.
Hit behind the runner is one of the things that is so staunchly taught when players are in high school and even at the college level. If you can hit behind the runner, then a lot more opens up in terms of situational hitting, strategic hitting. Pops the first one foul. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss on a dirty curve. Low in at the knees, 0-2 quickly to count. And, looking at the weather, if things do take a turn for the worse, this game is official. So, this is one that conceivably the umpires could call and just give to Michigan if they're able to make it through this inning. Another foul ball back towards Yost.
And what was interesting was you mentioned this was a scheduled 6 o'clock start, but they really didn't get underway until 6:05. We saw quite a lengthy discussion between Paul Stevens, Eric Bakich, and all 3 umpires at home plate right before the game. It was about a 4 or 5 minute discussion, definitely talking about the weather and the contingency plans.
0-2 pitch up and away. 1-2 the count for Mazes. And yeah, as an umpire myself, I can tell you that in umpire training, one of the things that the vets will stress is the importance of a pregame meeting, especially in situations like this, where there is a possibility of a rain delay or a rain out. Mazes takes ball 2 in the dirt, 2-2 the count. Benedetti standing on deck, has 1 RBI in the day. Nothing hit too hard so far. 2-2 pitch. Curveball lifted towards the left side. Coming over is the third baseman, sliding, unable to get to it is Lind, as that one just goes into the camera well there on the third base side. And so Mazes stays alive. He's fought off some good pitches with 2 strikes here, trying to work the count into his favor. Magalonis at 62 pitches on the day, so not in too much trouble stamina-wise.
And credit to Lind. He went all out for that one, just ran out of room.
2-2 up high, 3-2. Mazes continuing to show success at working this count. Clouds looming ever closer out of the southwest. That's the direction this storm has been tracking on the radar. 3-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive down the right field line. That's going way back. If it's fair, it's gone. Just foul. Unable to get to it was the right fielder, Mitchell, going off the top of the wall, bouncing back into play. And nothing but a long strike. Count stays at 3-2. Magalonis has got to be shaking in his shoes on the mound. He's already given up 2 home runs today.
I was out of here off the bat. The one off the one last inning, I thought that was going to be an easy out, but that one looked gone. But just unable to keep it foul. Keep it fair.
3-2 again. Line drive into left center field. This one's going to be down for a hit. Extra bases coming for Travis Mazes. He rounds first, pulls up slowly, heads into second. And, of course, he had a lower body injury. That's what kept him out early in the season, just taking it easy there. Don't think he's in too much trouble, but pulled it up, halfway between first base and second, taking it easy as he got in there with a stand-up double with a one out here. That's going to bring up Carmen Benedetti, looking to extend the Wolverines' offensive output here in the bottom of the 5th. Benedetti, of course, leading the Big Ten in batting average, leading the Big Ten in slugging percentage, leads the Big Ten in RBIs as well, and, of course, leads the Big Ten with 22 doubles on the season. Just needs 4 more to break the Michigan single-season mark for doubles. Takes ball 1 low. Excuse me, check that. Needs 4 to tie, 5 to break the single-season record.
Wolverines continue to hit Magalonis hard. They've had hard contact all day long.
Magalonis taking his time. Lightning out there in center field. Benedetti calls time and steps out. College rules, of course, a little bit different than Little League rules. Little League and high school, of course, when you see lightning, the game has to stop. That lightning pretty clearly in the view of Jim Shaley, the home plate ump. 1-0 pitch. That one down low. 2-0 for Benedetti. That lightning strike, just a cloud-to-cloud lightning, not the more dangerous cloud-to-ground lightning. 2-0 pitch. Off speed, misses outside. 3-0 for Benedetti. Could be pitching around him here.
I think this is a case of the likely unintentional, intentional walk. Though Benedetti hasn't done much damage so far today in terms of hard hit balls. Still one of the best hitters in the Big Ten, and as Eli would argue, even in the nation. So don't want to give him too much to hit.
3-0 pitch coming. Swing at a high pop-up, towering towards left field. Wind pushing that one towards the line. Mazes was running on that. Doubled up at second base. Questionable running decision there from Mazes. He's going to get an earful from everybody in the coaching staff. Must have thought there were 2 outs there. In any case, as he had touched third base, and as any Tigers fan would know, given the Anthony Ghost play last weekend, Mazes didn't retouch third base, and so he would have been out on appeal there. But out on the touch up by the shortstop, Stevens covering. So we're going to go to the top of the 6th inning. Hill coming back to the mound here, at least to start things off here in the 6th. Wolverines now a 5-3 lead after a leadoff triple by Jacob Cronenworth and then an RBI groundout by Jackson Glines. So the Wolverines, 5 runs on 8 hits, no errors, leading the Northwestern Wildcats, who have 3 runs on 6 hits. Eli Sherman alongside Andrew Hausman here for the start of a 3-game set here in Ann Arbor. WCBN Sports on the call. Wolverines and Wildcats here in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, just another inning where it looks like the Wolverines are going to get a lot of runs, be able to piece a rally together and actually really add to their lead. They were able to get that one run, but they had a runner at second with only one out. And you could clearly tell that Mazes thought there was 2 outs. He just put his head down, as you'll typically see with 2 outs, and just trying to trot it out. Hope that the outfielder makes a mistake, just drops an easy fly ball, and you're able to score. But you can't do that with 1 out. And by the time Nick Schabel knew what was going on too, Mazes was all the way to third base. So really no hope there, and a really strong delivery from left fielder Michael Hoshit. Already made a nice catch out there in left field off the deep drive from Jacob Cronenworth as the first batter of the game for the Michigan Wolverines. So Hoshit with a very strong arm to get it back into second and just barely beat out Travis Mazes.
First pitch, high fly ball in the center field, not too deep. Jackson glides a few steps straight back, makes the catch. 1 away here in the 6th, and as Andrew was talking to us there, a couple more lightning strikes out in the southwest, of course, right over center field. Andrew moving to close the window here in the press box. Not quite yet. Still going to enjoy the warm weather while it's here.
Yeah, it's here to stay.
Now storm sirens blowing here on the athletic campus. Not sure if that has any official bearing on whether or not they play. Now the third base umpire calling time. They're going to send the players in, and it looks like
University of Michigan Event Management has received notification from the National Weather Service that severe weather, including lightning, is within 6 miles of Ray Fisher Stadium. Due to the impending weather play in today's game, it has been temporarily suspended and teams have been directed to their locker room areas. For your safety, we strongly recommend that you seek shelter and return to your vehicles. Do not enter the playing field. When exiting the seating area, move away from the section entrance. Please keep moving in order to allow others behind you to exit. Follow directions of the event staff. Other shelters included.
And we are going to go into a weather delay here.
Yeah, of course, you heard the voice of Bob Vergalis, our PA announcer here. So, of course, weather delay. Right now, no one on, 1 out, 0-1 count with Scott Heelan at the plate. They're going to tarp the field, or tarp the mound at least. Bullpen already tarped down there. The visitor bullpen tarped as well. So we're going to take a quick break. Follow us on Twitter. Stay tuned there. The broadcast still will be live, but our mics will be off, and we'll give you the weather updates. Of course, you can also follow the UMich Baseball Twitter account for when we're going to get this one back underway. Wolverines, again, leading 5-3 here. Top of the 6th with 1 out. Evan Hill on the mound. And if this game were to be called, Wolverines would win it. It is an official game by Big Ten rules. So stay tuned to our Twitter account. Eli Sherman, Andrew Hausman here for WCBN Sports. Hello and welcome back to Ann Arbor. Eli Sherman and Andrew Hausman here on the call for WCBN Sports. After a long rain delay, more than an hour here in Ann Arbor, the players are back on the field. Brian Paul coming into the game for the Wolverines to pitch. There's one out here in the top of the sixth inning. Wolverines with a 5-3 lead against the Northwestern Wildcats. 0-1 count for the hitter Scott Heelan. When things get back underway, we're going to reset you on the happenings early on here in Ann Arbor. In the first inning, Jackson Glines got the offense started for the Wolverines with a solo home run. In the bottom of the third inning, the Wolverines loaded things up, and then Carmen Benedetti had an infield single to score a run, 2 outs on that single, and then Eric Jacobson was tagged out as he overslid third base. Wildcats got one back in the the fourth. Wolverines got 2 in the bottom of the fourth on a Kendall Patrick 2-run home run, and then Northwestern added 2 in the top of the fifth. Wolverines got 1 in the sixth, so we stand at 5-3. Brian Powell on the mound, Scott Heelan at the plate, 0-1 count, 1 out here. That pitch skied into the middle of the infield. Coming over is Mazes from third. He makes the catch, 2 away in the top of the sixth.
And we last saw Brian Paul just this in the midweek game against Central Michigan, and really was the guy that got the job done. I know Cronenworth ended up getting the win and was the winning pitcher, but 2 1/3 innings of scoreless pitching in relief. The Wolverines had a tough outing. They let the Chippewas get right back in it. The Wolverines jumped out 5-0, and the Chippewas came back and tied it up 5. But Paul fought 2 1/3 scoreless innings with a walk and 2 strikeouts to hold the Chippewas off the board once they had tied it up and get the Wolverines the win.
First pitch to Zach Jones, outside for a ball, 1-0. He struck out 3 times today. Skies this one towards left center field. Moving over is Glines. He makes the catch, calling off Bruder. And the Wolverines get the Wildcats with no damage in the top of the sixth. Longest inning of the season so far for the Wolverines. Most of that due to the weather. And so we go to the bottom of the sixth. Wolverines with a 5-3 lead. Bruder, Bivens, and Patrick's due up for Michigan.
And Bruder, the only Wolverines starter today without a hit. The Wolverines have 8 hits, each of those belonging to the other regulars besides Cody Bruder. So I'm sure Bruder will be eager to join in the fun here and try and get a leadoff hit as we start off the bottom of the sixth.
And of course, it is now fully nighttime here in Ann Arbor. The lights were on to start the game. We were expecting a night game. We were expecting it to be just after dark when things finish, but 9 p.m. here, local time. The clouds dampening whatever daylight would be left, as it's still completely overcast here in Ann Arbor. Never rained too hard during that rain delay, but quite a lot of lightning.
It was coming down pretty hard.
The stands are wet, but the rain is something that doesn't affect play here in Ann Arbor too much. It doesn't affect the ability to play. Of course, it has an effect on the playing ability of the players. A little bit slick on the turf infield. Only dirt part is the mound that was, of course, covered up. New pitcher for the Wildcats here in the bottom six, Tommy Bourdignon. Hausman has the stats for him.
Yeah, Bourdignon, the freshman right-hander out of Glenville, Illinois. Also the same hometown as a number of players on this team. Kobe Libman, Zach Jones, Cody Stevens, all from Glenville, Illinois. So a very popular destination for this Northwestern Wildcats squad. Bourdignon, he's had a rough freshman year. 7.61 ERA, 2.22 walks and hits per inning pitched. 23 2/3 inning pitched, 27 hits, 22 runs, 20 of those earned, and not the best strikeout to walk ratio at 16 strikeouts against 24 walks. 0-3 record on the year. He does have 1 save, but just trying to eat up some innings here and prevent any further damage as the Wildcats will try and bounce back and tie this game up.
Yeah, of course, both teams going with a new pitcher coming out of the rain delay, as it was well over an hour, and both starters had limited success in their respective innings of work. Bourdignon, a .538 batting average against for leadoff hitter. So Bruder's going to be looking to attack the new pitcher straight away here. No other changes defensively for the Wildcats. The Wolverines, to our knowledge, have the same order coming out of this one. First pitch from Bourdignon. In there for a strike. Fastball thigh high.
And the crowd sure have emptied out of Ray Fisher Stadium. Just about maybe 40 fans left here. Probably only about 300 to start, but many have left as a result of the rain delay.
That pitch outside 1-1. Most of the fans that we're seeing in the stands here are a little bit older, likely parents of players, whereas earlier in the day, there might have been college kids. Bruder lines one in the left center field. That one in there for a stand-up double. And so Bruder leading off the sixth inning, continuing to hurt Tommy Bourdignon. And I mentioned Bourdignon, .538 the batting average against for leadoff hitters. And that struggles continue. Those struggles continuing here.
And as we talked about between innings, Bruder able to jump in on the fun. That's 9 hits for the Wolverines, 1 for each player. So very balanced attack from the Wolverines so far, and looking to add some insurance runs as we move into the later stages of the game.
Then he'll bring up Jake Bivens, had a single in the second, walked and scored in the fourth inning. Scores to bunt, lays it down the third base line. Coming to his right is Bourdignon. He throws, not in time. In there with a bunt single, moving the runner over is Jake Bivens. And now the Wolverines first and third, no outs here in the bottom of the sixth, bringing up Kendall Patrick. Already a 2-run home run in this game. He'll have to get a little bit back warmed up after that long rain delay if he wants to power another one out. That last home run to one of the deeper parts of the park, 350 is what the wall measurement is there out there in the left center field corner, but that was well beyond that. Took a one hop and hit the bleachers at Alumni Field, softball field across the way. First pitch of Kendall Patrick way outside, ball one.
Yeah, Bourdignon looks a little shaken here. I don't think he was ready for that bunt at all. He looked way too casual coming off the mound. Bivens hustled very hard out of the box, trying to get it bunt for a base hit. Well, he was trying to move Bruder up. He had the base hit on his mind all the way and made it pretty easily.
Bourdignon comes set. 1-0 pitch. That one's low and away. He's been staying away from the inside corner for Patrick so far. Doesn't want to give him another pitch that he can send to the left center field. 2-0 pitch. That one in the dirt, also low and away. Heelan coming up out of his squat, trying to settle down the freshman.
And Patrick, I'm sure even if he couldn't get it out of her, he'd take a fly ball, knock a run in with a sacrifice fly, score the runner from third with nobody out here.
3-0 pitch certainly has the green light in the back system. Takes that one on the outside corner. Ball one, and now with a 3-1 count, he's going to be looking for that perfect pitch. Northwestern has guys starting to get warmed up down there in the bullpen. Bourdignon comes set. Pitch. Bivens moving on the pitch. Has to return as Patrick fouls that one up and out of play. Parking lot has also emptied out, so likely less probability of damage. Kendall Patrick gets a sign and steps back in. Bourdignon looking in. He comes set. Bivens running again. Swinging a foul ball off the foot. Patrick going to shake off the ankle.
And fully expect Bivens to be off on the next pitch as it is a full count.
Yeah, Bivens certainly has the speed to do it, to be in motion with no outs, and it's pretty clear that they're going for the hit and run here. They've done it on the last two pitches. 3-2. Now, Bourdignon throws over, a lazy throw. Bivens in with ease.
Lazy putting it nicely. That was one of the slowest pickoff moves I've seen at the college level.
Things have quieted down here given the lack of a crowd, so much so that we can hear the pop of the catcher's mitt down in the Northwestern bullpen as their pitchers warm up. Now another throw over. That one gets past the first baseman. Bivens heads to second. Coming in to score is Bruder from third, and now the Wolverines 6-3 lead here in Ann Arbor. Kendall Patrick still at the plate with a full count. Bivens at second. Umpire waved off the interference as the first baseman Jones flipped over Bivens, who is standing up after diving back in. So both runners moved up a base. The count stays at 3-2. Patrick steps back in, hit and run surely off at this point.
Still with Bivens' speed, you could maybe expect him to score from second on a single.
Bourdignon delivers that one low and away in the dirt, having to stop it, having to block on his knees was Heelan, and now he's appears to be hurt. He stands back up as the coach comes out of the dugout. He tries to wave the coach off. Wasn't convincing enough, so he's going to actually have to talk to his coach, ensure him that he's all right. Looked like something maybe in the wrist area.
Yeah, Paul Stevens wants to make sure that one of the best hitters, if not the best hitter in his lineup, is okay. And I'm sure he has a backup catcher ready to go if he needs to take someone out or switch Heelan into that DH role.
Yeah, Heelan,
to keep in the lineup.
Heelan, both a leader in terms of his playing ability and a leader in the clubhouse, a senior on this team, and catchers normally have a better idea of how to command a team, particularly having to deal with all of the pitchers. I am, of course, biased, playing most of my career as a catcher. Swing and a miss by Kevin White. He's going to step out and take a breath.
And in that first at-bat, we saw Kevin White 2.0 fouling off a number of pitches, great defensive swing, and then finally gets a nice piece of two-strike hitting into left field. But a terrible strikeout looking his last time up, and then a huge swing and miss there. This is reverting back to the old habits of Kevin White.
0-1 pitch. Swinging a line drive to the right field line. That one's down. Coming around from second and scoring is Bivens. Going to third is Kendall Patrick. Ball gets past the middle infielders. Kendall Patrick holds up, but Kevin White advances after that. So second and third for the Wolverines. 7-3 the lead here in Ann Arbor. Bottom six.
And still nobody out for the Wolverines. They have Eric Jacobson coming up. They can do a lot of damage here. Runners in scoring position, nobody out. They're trying to add on some insurance runs. They've done 2, and they still have 2 more in scoring position. Trying to break this game wide open.
What's crazy to me about that is Kevin White went to the opposite field. Normally he's a dead pull hitter to the left side. But right there, gets an outside pitch and just goes with it. And that's just a really good piece of hitting, being aware of where the pitch is in the zone and letting the outside pitch help you out and push it behind the runners and put yourself into position to score now with second and third.
So perhaps Kevin White 3.0 showing the ability to hit the opposite way and with heads up base running. So we've seen all the faces of Kevin White in this game. First with the what we've seen out of him in recent weeks, and that continued in that first at-bat. Then the old habits from last year came back with a very poor strikeout in his second at-bat, but nice piece of opposite field hitting, and then advances to second. And we'll see a pitching change here as the Northwestern pitcher will hop the wall. He couldn't find the gate out there in right field. That was entertaining. And he'll trot in as he gets ready to throw his warm-up tosses.
Yeah, Bourdignon missed that first pitch to Eric Jacobson low and away, so it is a 1-0 count for him when Pete Hoffman finishes his warm-ups, but that was not a stellar outing by any means for Tommy Bourdignon. Going to give you the final stats on the starters today. Magallanes, 5 innings pitched, 8 hits, just 1 strikeout, 2 walks, 5 earned runs. ERA shoots up to 6.21 on the season for him. On the other side for Michigan Evan Hill, 5 in a third pitch. 6 hits, 3 earned, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. His ERA 5.32 now on the season. He threw 86 pitches, so even without the rain delay, I don't think he would have lasted too much longer.
And the new pitcher for the Wildcats, as you mentioned, number 11, Pete Hoffman, another young righty for the Wildcats coming in. The sophomore, 5'10", 195 pounds from Shorewood, Wisconsin, just outside of Milwaukee. Hoffman 0-2 on the year, 27 innings pitched, 30 hits, 21 runs allowed, 16 of those earned, 16 Ks against 13 base on balls. This was given up a number of extra base hits, 5 doubles, and 2 home runs. So another shaky young right-hander coming into the game for the Wildcats, and the Wolverines will look to continue to try and beat up these pitchers for Northwestern, add more runs, really just kind of put this game out of reach. Next up will be Eric Jacobson.
Already a 1-0 count for him.
One for 2 on the day.
Breaking this open right here would be pretty helpful for the Wolverines. They'd be able to kind of relax on the bullpen side of things, given the fact that it's going to be a quick turnaround after this. You know, they're right now 9:11 local time. They're assuming just a regular game. From here on out, this game could end well past 10 p.m. and then a noon start for these guys tomorrow. So they're going to have to, get home, get to bed, get some good rest, and get ready to get back at it tomorrow. You particularly have to feel bad for Northwestern having traveled out here, and also they're still in school for about another month. Hoffman comes set. First pitch to Jacobson. That one low. 2-0 now the count for Jacobson.
Big opportunity here to add more runs. Runners at second, third, nobody out.
Jacobson grounds that to the left side. Shortstop looked like he was going to go home with it. Thought better of it. Throws to first. Jacobson out on a ground out, but the run comes in to score. So Kendall Patrick scoring on that play. 8-3 now. The Wolverines lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Kevin White moved up to third base, and that brings up the top of the order with 1 out for the Wolverines, still 1 on. Jacob Cronenworth.
And the Wildcats will pull the infield in, perhaps too little, too late. I was really surprised that they had the infield back there, and I think Cody Stevens would have come home with that ball if the infield was in, but he was deep in the hole and really had no chance, so just made the smart play and went to first, but got to fault the defensive positioning there of why they weren't drawn in. That's a big run for the Wolverines. That gives them a 5-run lead.
Cronenworth takes a first pitch ball. He's 1 for 3 on the day. Had a triple, and now a nice ground ball down the line past the first baseman, who had no chance of it. That goes into the corner. He's rounding second, holds up, and returns to second with an easy stand-up double. RBI for him as Kevin White comes in to score from third. Basically crawled in from third. Could have crawled in, was on his feet. And so the Wolverines now a 9-3 lead, 4 runs in already here in the 6th inning. Jackson Glines coming to the plate. He's 1 for 3 on the day, had a solo shot in the first inning early on, got the Wolverines scoring started.
I was kind of surprised Cronenworth held up at second there. I thought he was going to have his second triple of the game, but conservative with only 1 out, and he knows he can score on any single based on how deep the Northwestern outfielders have been playing all game long.
Jackson Glines takes a ball up. The right and left fielders are playing about no doubles defense. Center fielder a little bit shallower than them. Right side of the infield also playing pretty deep for Glines' left side. Usual depth. Cronenworth running on the pitch. He's in safely at third without a throw. Ball was low. 2-0 the count for Jackson Glines.
So he got his triple anyway. One way or another, he made it to third base. I guess give credit to Jack Mitchell on that play. He really got over that quickly, as it was a grounder. It kind of slowed down a little bit, skipping through the turf a few times.
Yeah, the water still in the turf a little bit. The slickness could keep things from from moving too quickly. There is a light drizzle falling here. As we look up at the lights, you can see the rain. Nothing too much to worry about. Of course, we can't see the clouds anymore, given the fact that it's nighttime. Way up and in, almost caught Glines. He had to duck out of the way. 3-0.
Yeah, I think they'll maybe just put Glines on here, already down 3-0 in the count, but you still got Mazes and Benedetti coming up.
Hoffman comes set. 3-0 pitch. That one just catches the outside corner. Gave him the benefit of the doubt. And so 3-1 the count for Jackson Glines. He's more than happy to see more pitches. At this point, with the score at 9-3, you'd expect to see the Wolverines rather hit than take walks. Work on their swings. Glines takes outside. 5-pitch walk. And that brings up Travis Mazes. He has a double on the day. That one came in the 5th inning. Line drive to left center field. He walked in the 3rd. Popped out to the shortstop in the 1st.
And still a runner at 3rd with less than 2 outs. So Mazes should do whatever he can to try and get Cronenworth home. Add on to that 9-3 lead.
Lions not taking too big of a lead over first. Got a few looks from the pitcher Hoffman. Hoffman then delivers home. Outside, ball 1.
Rain starting to come down a little harder here at Ray Fisher Stadium.
I can't imagine that if they had to go to a second delay, they'd keep these guys here. Ball outside. The game, of course, was official after 5. The Wolverines, if things were to be called, would get the victory. The Big Ten, of course, encourages teams to try and get things complete as much as possible. Swing and a miss by Mazes. Looked off balance there. 2-1.
Yeah, good breaking ball there from Hoffman. He hasn't shown it too much in his brief appearance so far, but that was a nice one.
Hoffman comes set. Checks both runners. Comes home with it. Swinging a line foul straight back. Benedetti will retrieve that one near the backstop. Count it 2-2. Travis Mazes, still some flashes of lightning in the sky coming out of the north behind us, but you can see them kind of illuminate the sky above us. 2-2. Curveball. That one misses. Looked close. Count moves full for Travis Mazes.
That one just missed. If I was Mazes, you got to swing at that one and foul it off, stay alive. That was perhaps a little too close to take, but nonetheless, home plate umpire Jim Shilley is on his side.
Throw over. In safely is Glines. And it's a lot, as an umpire, it's a lot harder to call a breaking pitch that's up than it is to call a fastball up, because you see it start high and then it breaks towards the top of the zone rather than starting high and staying high. Mazes pops one up on the infield. Glines was running on the pitch, has to retreat to first base. Making the catch in foul territory is Scott Heelan, the catcher. So 2 outs after Mazes pops out on the 3-2 pitch. That brings up Carmen Benedetti.
And looking at the score sheet, if you saw Travis Mazes' day today, you wouldn't think it was too bad of a game. 1 for 3 on the day. He had a double as a walk, but if you were here at this game, you can see he made that big base running blunder when he just put his head down, thought there was 2 outs instead of 1. He pops it out when there's a runner at third with less than 2 outs, and really you got to do whatever you can to get that run in, whether it's drive it to the outfield or just get a ground out deep somewhere, just find a hole. So and then I also had a poor play over at third base, a poor throw. So the box score a little misleading in terms of the analysis of Travis Mazes' day so far.
Benedetti took a ball. Hoffman throws over to first and Glines in safely. Rain really coming down now. People in the stands are all either underneath the awnings on the first and third base sides or have pulled out the umbrellas. Hoffman comes set. 1-0 pitch for Carmen Benedetti. He takes on the outside corner. Strike 1. Benedetti 1 for 3 on the day. He had a RBI single in the third. At the time that gave the Wolverines a 2-0 lead. 1-1 pitch. He takes, flinched at it, looked like he was going to go after it, but realized the curveball was going to be low. 2-1 the count. He flew out to left in the fifth inning, and that was the base running mistake you mentioned by Mazes getting doubled off at second. 2-1 pitch, swinging a line drive into right field. Likely just a single, but they get the run in from third. Cronenworth lines going first to third, and Benedetti adds 2 RBIs to his Big Ten lead. Wolverines now 10-3 their lead. Cody Bruder coming to the plate.
And the first hard hit ball all game long from Carmen Benedetti. He had some weak groundouts, and he did have that infield base hit to get the run in that you mentioned. Then just a lazy fly ball that May just got doubled up on, but that was a very hard piece of contact. So what we expect out of Carmen Benedetti finally comes around after the rain delay.
And speaking of rain, looks like they're going to tarp the Michigan bullpen. Foul ball. Bruder jammed in on the hands. There's some lightning now in the southwest, which presumably is coming towards us, so we could be headed for another delay. The fact that they're tarping the bullpen means that Brian Paul will be coming back out for another inning of work. Ball inside and in the dirt. 1-1 the count for Bruder.
It also could mean one of the Wolverines' two-way players, such as Jacob Cronenworth or Carmen Benedetti, could be coming into pitch, as we've seen them come into pitch on limited warm-up, if any.
1-1. Ground to the left side. That one's through past the diving glove of Stevens, the shortstop. Benedetti moves up a base. Glines comes in to score. 11-3 Wolverines. 6 runs in. And it looks like the home plate umpire is going to go out and have a conversation perhaps with the grounds crew. We could be headed for another rain delay. And they are indeed going to pull the players off the field. And the storm sirens, you may or may not be able to hear that. Going to go to the PA mic here.
Severe weather, including lightning, is within 6 miles of Ray Fisher Stadium.
So once again, lightning within 6 miles of Ray Fisher Stadium, so they're going to go to another delay. We'll see if they end up calling this one.
Going to tarp the mound again.
And once again, we're going to step away here. You can go to our Twitter at WCBN Sports and also stay updated with at UMich Baseball, the official Twitter account of Michigan Baseball. So we will keep the broadcast live, so you don't need to close out or anything, but we are going to step away for a little bit and come back to you if they resume this game. If not, we will be back at noon tomorrow for game 2 of this series. So stay tuned via Twitter, and we'll keep you updated what's going on here.
And welcome back to Ann Arbor. Eli Sherman and Andrew Hausman here for WCBN Sports. Wolverines an 11-3 lead here in the bottom of the sixth. 2 outs. Wolverines still have Benedetti on second. Bruder on first. Bivens at the plate. Pete Hoffman, pitcher, still in there for the Wildcats. Wolverines have already scored. Looks like a new pitcher coming in. Oh, no. New catcher coming in. Clay's the new catcher. But the Wolverines have already scored 6 runs here in the bottom of the sixth. We, of course, had a rain delay earlier. Thank you for sticking with us.
And that was also during the 6th inning as well. So an extremely long inning as the game was paused during the first part of that 6th inning. They came back, scored 6 runs. Now there's 2 outs, runners at first and second for the Wolverines when we resume. But first, we're going to get you caught up to date on the out-of-town scoreboard. And this is the only Big Ten game still going on right now. And some exciting news for Wolverines fans. It already looked very likely that the Wolverines were heading back to the Big Ten tournament, but they have officially clinched a berth in the Big Ten tournament. They also could have done that with a win here today, which at this point, leading 11-3 in the 6th is looking likely. But with Minnesota's loss, they've officially clinched a berth into the Big Ten tournament that goes to the top 8 teams in the Big Ten. And Michigan currently sits in 6th at 12-9. Minnesota can reach a maximum of 12 wins now, and Michigan holds the tiebreaker over the Golden Gophers by virtue of their 2-1 series win in Minneapolis earlier this year.
So, Bivens going to come to the plate. Fresh count for him. Pete Hoffman on the mound, new catcher in there for the Wildcats. First and second for the Wolverines. 2 outs. Fastball inside corner for a strike. And somewhat surprising to see Hoffman out here after a more than half-hour-long rain delay. Ample warm-up time nonetheless. 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses away. 1-1 the count.
That looked like a good pitch, but perhaps chalk that one up to the inexperience of Clays, the new catcher. Didn't do a good job framing that one. And home plate umpire Jim Shaley was not amused.
Yeah, caught that a little bit too far inside on the body. 1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. The rain has pretty much stopped here. These 2 rain delays have been caused more because of the lightning than the rain. Of course, Michigan with the turf field. Things still slick around here, but the field is, of course, playable. 2-1 pitch, waving at it is Bivens. 2-2 the count.
He blew that fastball right by him. Bivens was late on that one.
So Bivens going to have to fight some pitches off here, put something in play with 2 outs. Wolverines have had a productive inning. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a pop-up, foul down the left field line. Off the wall of the Michigan indoor facility. Michigan spent their entire rain delay there, so no need for them to re-warm up the arms. They were just able to throw throughout the rain delay in there. The Wildcats, on the other hand, spent the rain delay in Yost. 2-2 outside, ball 3. Full count, runners will be in motion with 2 outs. Wildcats were inside Yost Ice Arena using the hockey facilities there. Stay dry, using that as their impromptu locker room. They had to come out and throw for a little bit for both rain delays. Payoff pitch. Pop up into left center field. That one caught by the center fielder ranging to his right. Waters calling off Hoshite. We go to the top of the 7th. Wolverines with an 11-3 lead. We've been here 4 hours already. Still just 6 innings in the books. And so the Wolverines trying to cruise through this one and get out of here without too much damage. Looks like Mac Loser going to come into the game. Brian Paul had been the pitcher, so final line for Brian Paul, 2/3 of an innings pitched. No runs, no hits, no walks, no strikeouts. He threw 4 pitches and did the job.
That's actually going to be Cam Wysocki coming in. number 28 for the Wolverines. Have not seen him in a while, not since the Oakland game back on the last day of classes here in Ann Arbor on April 21st. He pitched an inning in that game, gave up a hit, but no runs. That came a week after he took the loss to Eastern Michigan. So a long break between outings for Cam Wysocki, but he's going to get a chance to eat up some innings here as the Wolverines try and hang on to their 8-run lead. And we told you that the Wolverines clinched a berth into the Big Ten baseball tournament, but look at the rest of the scores. Penn State defeated Michigan State in East Lansing 5-3. Maryland went to Columbus and beat Ohio State 13-4. Minnesota traveled to Iowa and fell 7-3, and that was the game that clinched the tournament berth for the Wolverines. And in a non-conference matchup, Long Beach State defeated Indiana in Bloomington 12-5.
Interesting there as Michigan played Long Beach State to kick their season off back in February. Michigan, of course, had a little bit of trouble with Indiana this year. Or, excuse me, did not have. I'm thinking of Maryland. They beat up on Indiana 2-1 in that series.
Yeah, that was an impressive road series victory going into Bloomington and taking 2 out of 3. Obviously, a much weaker team than we saw last year when Indiana was one of the best teams in the Big Ten.
And just real quick here, looks like Drew Lugbauer going to be coming into the game for Travis Mazes. He's going to be playing third base. Normally we see him catching. This is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, that he's going to be playing the infield this season. Lugbauer, of course, highly touted recruit out of high school, hasn't quite performed up to standards so far. At the plate, at least. Just trying to get into his own, get used to college play. And, of course, Mazes on that double to left center field looked to pull up a little bit gimpy. He missed the first few games of the season with injury and just want to make sure that he doesn't overwork himself with the Wolverines up 11-3.
And first pitch by Wysocki misses outside with the fastball. 1-0 to Jack Mitchell. 0 for 1 in the day, also with 2 walks in his first 2 plate appearances. Next pitch is fouled straight back to the screen. Evens count 1-1. Hoshide on deck, Trucco in the hole. We did see a little bit of Lugbauer in third base when, as you mentioned, with that Mazes injury. But those were all road games early in the season when Mazes was injured. And Lugbauer started a few of those games early on. But returning back to early season, you already mentioned Long Beach State playing Indiana, so we're having a little bit of throwback here. And the next pitch is fouled over the dugout onto the roof of the dugout. Makes the count 2-2.
More than 2 months ago at this point since Lugbauer played the infield. So with the slick grass, it'll be interesting to see how he responds.
2-2 pitch. That one misses outside. Tried to get him with a fastball. That will run the count full. Wolverines average depth all around, pretty much straight up in the outfield.
Jacobson playing on the outfield grass over at second.
3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. There's a strikeout by Matt Galosier. Excuse me, Cam Wysocki. You had me all screwed up there, Eli.
28, 29, all the same to me.
You had him come. You had Lozier. You chalked out Lozier coming in. I corrected you that it was Wysocki, and now got him mixed up. It's been a long game. We've been here for 4 hours, so
and
thank you for sticking with us. Here's the first pitch. That one's a check swing, and he went around. That's Joe Hoshite. He's been hit by pitches twice this game. In the 5th, he was hit by a pitch with 2 outs, and then Trucco came in as the pinch hitter and scored him on that home run that got the Wildcats within 4-3. But ever since then, it's been all Wolverines as they've extended the lead to 11-3. Hoshide takes the next one low for a ball.
And we mentioned before the rain delay that there, could be a possibility that they call the game given the fact that it was official. But it turns out Big Ten rules state that you have to play all 9 innings regardless of weather or any of that. So we're going to be here for the duration.
Yeah, they would have needed to resume it tomorrow if they called it for tonight. So just trying to get it in tonight. Still early for college kids. So 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses low and outside. 3-1 here on Joe Hoshite.
Might be early for you. I haven't even had dinner yet.
Hoshite waiting for the 3-1 pitch. Wysocki comes set. Here it comes, and that one's fouled straight back to the screen. Middle of the infield, very deep. Jacobson on the outfield grass. Bivens right on the edge of it. Outfield and average depth. Here's the payoff pitch. That one's fouled straight back right into the press box. That one hit the press box roof pretty hard. Count will remain 3-2 on Joe Hoshite.
That made a loud noise. Sounded like another stroke of thunder here in Ann Arbor.
Wysocki comes set. The payoff pitch. Did he go around? He did not. And that will be a walk. So good job by Hoshite to check his swing. He reached his base for the third time today. None the benefit of a hit, but 2 hit by pitches and a walk. Gets him on base with 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Wildcats trying to mount a rally. They'll need a lot of runs to try and claw back into this one.
Well, given the fact that, Wysocki and the rest of the Wolverines pitching staff has been sitting around for, 4 hours now, the bullpen, anything's possible for.
And the first pitch is in the dirt. Good block there by Kendall Patrick. It's got to be particularly taxing on Kendall Patrick to just start and stop playing catcher. And he's basically been in catching gear in some way or another for 4 hours straight. And that's a rip to Eric Jacobson and over his glove. Hoshite rounding second, going to third. No throw from Kevin White. And I thought Eric Jacobson was going to get to that one. He's normally a pretty good fielder, but I think the conditions had something to do with that one. And there's a hard hit single, puts runners in the corners, only 1 out here for the Wildcats, top of the 7th.
Yeah, just a little bit of hesitation there by Jacobson. Not sure why he waited on the dive and then, let the ball bounce over his glove. It was right there on his left hand to make the play, but I think he was deciding kind of in between, should I dive or should I range to my left and try and make the play standing up, and that little bit of hesitation is what allowed the ball to get past him.
Brings up R.J. Waters, 2 for 2 on the day, also with a hit by pitch. He pops that one straight up, but that one get over the screen and out of play. And it's just in front of us and then skips all the way down all the bleachers. Makes the count 0-1. Bruder trying to stretch out there in left field, trying to stay loose. Runners at the corners, 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Wolverines lead the Wildcats of Northwestern 11-3. Here's the 0-1. That's a ground ball. Jacobson will grab it, flip over to first, and not in time. Oh, and he got him. Wow. That was a late call. I thought that was going to be safe for sure. And I'm as surprised as the Northwestern Wildcats dugout. I thought he beat that throw for sure. What do you think, Eli?
Yeah, I think your initial reaction was right. It looked like he beat that by about a half step, and they got the call, and maybe it's just one of those.
I'm trying to get out of here.
Yeah, maybe it was just one of those. It was close enough, and that's a routine play, but from an umpire's perspective, I don't know. I think he was safe, and in any case, Northwestern scores the run, so they do get one back. But at this point, I think the Wolverines would be more than happy to trade it out for a run here or there.
And the first pitch is a swing and a miss by the new pinch hitter, Antonio Frechette. We'll see a lot of changes coming into this game. Freskett. Wearing number 4 in his jersey, batting .236 on the year. 21 of 89. Next pitch, fastball misses high and outside. He needs the count at 1-1. Trucco standing at second base. Waters grounded out to Eric Jacobson. The controversial call at first base. Hoshite came in to score on that one, and Trucco moved up to second. That was the second out of the 7th. Good breaking ball there by Cam Wysocki. Called strike makes it 1-2. Trucco takes his lead off second. Michigan has no interest holding with him there. Wysocki checks him. Now comes home. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That one's in the dirt, so they'll have to throw it down to first base. Patrick does so. They catch by Cronenworth, and the Wolverines are able to get out of the inning, giving up only 1 run. Perhaps they benefit from a fortunate call from first place umpire Herbert Doan Jr. Very questionable call, but nonetheless, the Wolverines will take it. They got out of that one inning, only giving up 1 run. We are headed to stretch time here at Ray Fisher Stadium. Wolverines lead 11-4. You're listening to WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan baseball. Andrew Hausman alongside Eli Sherman. Thank you for sticking with us through multiple rain delays in the bottom of that 6th inning. Wolverines scored 6, and now they'll head back out for more offense. We'll see another new pitcher coming in for the Wildcats, a submariner. Evan Schreiber coming in, the sophomore right-hander. Schreiber from San Diego, California, 6'2", 195 pounds. Very distinct throwing motion as he goes into his windup and releases from even from very low release point. Yeah.
He has a 5 2/3 innings pitched on the season, 5 hits allowed, 6 walks to 3 strikeouts, no wins, no losses. ERA at an even 0, 2.20 his whip. And normally the Submariners have significantly more impact against the batters that are the same handedness. So, the right-handed hitters for the right-handed pitcher, right-handed submarine pitchers, left-handed hitters for the left-handed submarine pitchers. Because, if you're standing in that right-handed batter's box and a guy is throwing from 3 or 4 feet to the left of center of the mound, it looks like that ball is coming at you as it comes in, and it's a lot harder to judge whether a pitch is going to be inside or out over the plate, or even sometimes, the outside pitches are hard to judge. And, this is, in my opinion, a smart move by Northwestern, given the fact that the bottom, the 7, 8, 9 hitters in Michigan's order are all right-handed hitters, Patrick, White, and Jacobson. And so, they're looking to just get 3 outs right here and then perhaps go for a different pitcher for the top of the lineup in the bottom of the 8th.
First pitch to Kendall Patrick. That one's lobbed across for a strike. Also doesn't have a lot of velocity, but relies on deception to confuse hitters, keep them off balance. Waters will take quite a few steps out in center field. Shade Patrick to pull. Next pitch floats over. Another called strike. You can tell Patrick is not ready for these.
You say floats. It does look kind of like a Frisbee going in there, throwing a forehand Frisbee. Kind of rises a little bit and then comes back down to the plate.
Next pitch is fouled off. A little dribbler down the first baseline. Count remains 0-2 on Kendall Patrick. A few defensive changes for the Wildcats. Reamer coming in at shortstop. Fresquet coming in at second base. Jones remains at first. Lind at third. Outfield unchanged. Here's the 0-2. And he got hit by that pitch. Just kind of lobbed across there, and he just kind of leaned into that one. Kind of surprised that home plate Jim Shaley didn't say he made no effort to get out of the way. It looked like he just let it hit him and really didn't know how to flinch. But when it's coming that slow, you're willing to do what it takes to get on base.
Well, I think the flinching is really just the way that these batters for Backich's team have been trained. Anytime there's an inside pitch, if it's close, especially the guys that tend to hit for more power, they're able to stand in there like a statue. And I think that one caught Kendall Patrick on the elbow, and he's wearing one of those custom-made elbow guards on his left elbow so that if something does go inside, it won't affect him. And so he probably didn't even feel that as it hit him.
First pitch, breaking ball to Kevin White for a strike. Next pitch is in the dirt, evens at a 1-1. Patrick takes his lead off first base. Jones holding with him there. Outfield continues to play very deep for the Wildcats. Waters shaded to left center on the righty Kevin White. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses low and outside. 2-1.
Rain starting to fall yet again. Hausman rolls his eyes in disdain. He's been angling for this one to end for a while, and I don't blame him.
2-1 pitch. Floats across the plate just a little high. 3-1. Good hitters count for Kevin White. He's already had 2 hits on the day, both hard hit singles. Knocked in a run in the 6th inning. 3-1. And that's ripped foul. He got ahead of that one. He gave that one a ride. If he just kept that a little more fair, probably would have gone right off that brown monster in left field for potential extra bases and perhaps scoring the lead-footed Kendall Patrick from first base. Payoff pitch. That one misses. And a walk sends Kevin White down to first base. Kendall Patrick moves up to second. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th for the Wolverines. They already lead 11-4. Still hungry for more. Eric Jacobson coming up, 1 for 3 on the day. Also had an RBI ground out last inning.
You know, say what you will about Kevin White's plate discipline, but he also tends to walk quite a bit. 19 walks on the season after that one right there, and he has the speed that those walks can benefit the team as a whole.
And the first pitch to Jacobson is a sinker that falls back into the zone for a strike. 0-1. Schreiber checks the runner, now comes home. 0-1 pitch. Wave, but he checked his swing. Jacobson was a little crossed up by that one, was able to hold up in time. Count even at 1-1. Patrick, the runner on second, White at first. Schreiber checks them, now delivers, and that one's popped up, and that one would get not out of play, but out of the reach of the catcher, Clays. Perhaps if he had hustled from the get-go, he could have gotten to that one.
I don't think so. It didn't get quite high enough for to be enough time for him to get there. Just barely got above the level of the top of the screen. Good effort by the catcher, though. It's tough to be able to find the ball when you're running behind you, throwing off the mask, trying to get there.
1-2 on Eric Jacobson. 2 runners on, nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. Wolverines lead 11-4. The 1-2 pitch. That one's ripped, and that is snagged by Lind. He'll throw to second and get one there, but the throw to first will not be in time. So a fielder's choice means that Kevin White is out at second. Patrick moves up to third. Eric Jacobson will be safe at first. Jacob Cronenworth coming to the plate. Still runners to the corners, only 1 out. Look for some productive at-bat here from Jake Cronenworth, doing whatever he can to try and get that run home. Runner at third, less than 2 outs. Always a big situation for any baseball team, particularly with the philosophy of Eric Bakich.
All Cronenworth needs is a pop-up to the right fielder here, get one on the inside corner and rip one in the air to the right side.
And he's done that twice already with the triple to right center and a double down the right field line. Those are his last 2 at-bats in the 5th and 6th. Came around to score in both of those. 0-1. He'll step out of the lefty batter's box, dig right back in. Here's the 0-1 delivery. That one's ripped foul. Got a little bit out ahead of that one, much like we saw Kevin White get ahead of another delivery from Evan Schreiber. Kendall Patrick standing on third base. Eric Jacobson parked right at first base. Outfield deep all around, respecting the power of Jacob Cronenworth, and they've been pretty deep all game long.
Looking over the big house, looks like there's a laser tag event going on in one of the suites.
0-2 pitch is lifted deep to center field. That should be deep enough to score the run. Waters will catch it. Patrick tagging, and he will head home. He'll make it easily. Throw came into second base to prevent Jacobson from advancing. And that'll be another run for the Wolverines. They lead 12-4 here in the bottom of the 7th. Cronenworth gets the job done. We asked at the beginning of the at-bat, could he make a productive at-bat, get that run home? Runner at third, less than 1 out, less than 2 outs, excuse me. Indeed, he did. Gives it a ride deep to center field, just about 360 feet. Waters able to make an easy catch on the can of corn, but absolutely no shot of nailing Kendall Patrick from that deep. I don't think even Yoenis Cespedes or Yasiel Puig could have been able to nail him from that distance. And the first pitch to Glines gets away from Clays.
I mean, on that sac fly, the ball was 300 feet straight away center field. There's no chance any outfielder is going to have the arm to throw him out on that. And either way, Kendall Patrick was steaming down the line. I think that's one of the fastest times I've ever seen Kendall Patrick running. Not to knock his speed in any way, but just he's not one of the faster guys on this team. I'm sure relative to catchers in the Big Ten, he's right up there. But compared to Cronenworth and Mazes and Kevin White, he's not the fleetest of foot, but he was really chugging down that line. He knew how important that extra run was.
1-1 pitch misses low. So first a taken strike and then a low ball makes it 2-1. Jacobson moved up to second base on the wild pitch before. And that one will miss outside as well. 3-1. Good hitters count for Jackson Glines. Homered in the first inning. Also walked in the sixth and came around to score. 3-1 delivery. That one is a foul ball down the first base line. I thought that was fair. Another questionable call from first base umpire Herbert Jones Jr. That one looked like it was well inside the bag.
It just snuck, I think, a little bit on our side of the first base bag. It was basically right on the line the whole time and then just kicked a little bit towards foul territory. Count moves full, though.
3-2 pitch. That one's lifted high in the air to right field, but right at the right fielder, Mitchell. And that'll be enough for the third out of the inning. Wolverines respond to the Wildcats' 1 run, maintain their 8-run advantage. We move to the top of the 8th. Michigan leads Northwestern 12-4. You're listening to WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan baseball. Andrew Hausman alongside Eli Sherman. What are you looking for from this team in the last 2 innings of this ball game?
Well, I think the key is just to avoid injuries. It's wet out there. It's slick. These guys have been here for 4.5 hours now, and they've been playing for 4.5 hours. They've been here for longer than that. Obviously, pregame warm-up starting about an hour and a half before game time. So it's been a long day for these guys.
It's been a long day for me. I've been here 6 hours.
Just get out of here. Get out of here without too much trouble on the field. Pitcher's got to keep the balls low. Cam Wysocki coming back in for another inning of work. If he stays in it for a third inning, same thing. Keep the ball low. Just try and induce the grounders. Don't worry too much about making heroic plays in the defense. Offensively, continue that aggressive output, but nothing. Don't play outside of your means, and just focus on getting to tomorrow. Try and get out of here as quickly as possible, because again, tomorrow noon start. By the time these guys get home and get to bed, they're only going to have 7-8 hours of sleep to work with, and so things are going to be a little bit tough, especially I think for Northwestern. They're going to be staying at a hotel. They're not going to be staying in their own houses. They're not sleeping in their own bed. So for both teams, just try and get out of here as quickly as they can, and try and come back tomorrow and play another good game of baseball. And
the first pitch to J.R. Reimer is lifted high in the air to center field. Klein's giving chase, and he will make the catch easy. That one was skied out to center field. J.R. Reimer came in as a defensive replacement for Cody Stevens, and first pitch swinging. Pops out. I'm sure the few fans in attendance will be happy to see a quick out, especially those on the Michigan side.
Tigers just won on a walk-off air. They had a runner at second base. Ian Kinsler laid down a bunt, and a throw got away from the first baseman.
We're going to go back to Michigan baseball here, Eli. Connor Lynn digs in, 1 for 3 on the day. Knocked in a run with a double. He'll ground this one to shortstop. Bivens will corral it. Flip it over to first base, and there's 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 8th inning.
Wolverines are doing exactly what they need to do. Try and just make everything routine. Keep working on the fundamentals here in a late game. They have an 8-run lead. Northwestern down to their final 4 outs.
Now, number 44, Jack Clays will step into that righty batter's box. He came in as a defensive replacement for Scott Heelan. Kind of surprised to see Heelan out of the game as the leader of this pitching staff and also as the leadoff batter, clearly the top threat in this lineup. But Coach Paul Stevens decided it was too much too important of a player to risk his health, as Clays lines that one well foul down the first base line, evens the count at 1-1.
Well, again, it's late, and he's going to have to catch another game tomorrow, and there's some rain in the forecast for Saturday and Sunday as well, so it could be another 2 long days for these guys, and because of NCAA travel restrictions, they're going to have to, as soon as they finish up on Sunday, they're going to be going back to Evanston because they still have school. So these guys are in a little bit tougher position than Michigan is in terms of just their schedule this week, playing on the road.
And now Clays takes 2 pitches out of the zone to move it to 3-1. And there's a strike right at the knees. Clays disagreed with that one. He took a long look, kind of glanced back. Home plate umpire Jim Shaley. That runs the count full. 3-2 pitch. That one's lifted high in the air to left center field. Klein's giving chase, and he will make the catch, calling off Cody Bruder. That one looked like it had a chance off the bat, but it's hung up there a little too long. That's the third out of the top of the 8th. An easy inning for Cam Wysocki. We head to the bottom of the 8th. The Wolverines lead the Wildcats 12-4. You're listening to WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan baseball. Andrew Hausman alongside Eli Sherman. Drew Lugbauer, the first batter, due up for the Wolverines, followed by Benedetti and Bruder. Lugbauer looked to join in on the fun. The Wolverines, 12 runs, 14 hits, no errors. Northwestern, 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. Drew Lugbauer came in as a defense replacement for Travis Mazes. So he's not seen any action at third base in his 2 innings of defensive work, but now he'll get his first crack at the plate. And as you mentioned, he was a very highly touted recruit, but only 220 in the year. What can he do to turn around at the plate?
Well, I think he's just got to, focus on the fundamentals, work on what made him such a good hitter in high school, made him an all-state selection coming out of New York, and start that right here. You're pitching, you're hitting in basically a relevant situation against a pitcher who has an 8.31 ERA on the season. A pitcher for the Wildcats, Richard Forden, 8.31 his ERA, 800 is what batters are betting against him to lead off an inning. But Lugbauer's gotta get on him early, and this is a guy that he should be able to attack. Look for a good pitch to hit. Work on the early count hitting, and if you get to 2 strikes, then focus on working on shortening up, because those are 2 very different but very important skills to have in being a good hitter. And that's if you look at the other top guys in Michigan's lineup, Cronenworth, Glines, Mazes, Benedetti, those are the guys that can hit well when they're ahead in an account, but they're also really good at fighting off pitches and just waiting until they can get a good pitch to hit when they get to 2 strikes. Whereas, the other guys on Michigan's lineup that kind of struggle, tend to strike out more, are the guys that aren't able to fight off pitches quite as well, and they struggle to extend at bats and wait till they can get the pitcher to make a mistake. So Lugbauer's going to have to look for, both of those situations right here. Looks like Harrison Wenson's going to stand in on deck and hit for Carmen Benedetti. Wenson, a catcher.
Yeah, first Jim Shaley going over all the lineup changes with head coach Paul Stevens of the Northwestern Wildcats, and just having a few words with Eric Bakich, head coach of the Michigan Wolverines.
Looks like a new right fielder, Hopfner.
Indeed it is. Number 19 out there. First pitch to Lugbauer, strike on the outside corner.
Matt Hopfner, a sophomore. Outfield, some first base for him out of Edina, Minnesota.
Lugbauer takes a few practice cuts, ready for the 0-1. That one's popped high in the air, and that one will get out of play into the stands, go right into the aisleway, right to an usher, and claim that one. Quickly 0-2 on Drew Lugbauer. Forden, as Eli mentioned, 8.31 ERA, only 4 1/3 inning pitched, 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of those earned, no strikeouts against 5 walks. Also has given up a double, triple, and home run in very limited action. just clearly in here as a innings eater. Try and get Northwestern out of here without burning any innings from some of their important arms, as they still try and salvage perhaps two more. They still have 2 more important games to play as they make perhaps a very late Big Ten tournament push, although unlikely.
Well, at 5-13, I think losing this game would put them mathematically out of contention. But they at this point in the season, it seems like they're more going to be focusing on developing guys and really seeing who can, especially pitching wise, who can produce for them going into the offseason and who they can look forward to for next year.
And Lugbauer takes a pitch inside to make it 3-2. Here comes the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. And Lugbauer goes down swinging. He took a big cut of that one, but came out with nothing but air. There's the first out of the bottom of the 8th. And as Eli spotted, Harrison Wenson will come in as a pinch hitter for Carmen Benedetti. Benedetti, a solid day, 2 for 4, 2 RBIs. And he'll get a much-deserved break. You can see him enjoying himself in the dugout, just kind of relaxing, getting ready for the game in just about 13 hours from now.
And it looks like another pinch hitter in the on-deck circle for the Wolverines, Hector Gutierrez out of Detroit Southwestern.
Here's the first pitch to Wenson. Good breaking ball. Hits the inside black of the plate. Not much Wenson could have done with that one. Wenson, very limited action. 1 for 14 on the year. Good for a 0.71 average. Forden comes back with another breaking ball. That one misses a little too low in the dirt. Count evens up at 1-1. Wenson does have 3 runs on the year. Takes a big cut and misses. Had him way out ahead of the changeup. And that one was well outside as well. Count goes to 1-2 on Harrison Wenson. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That's lifted high in the air, center field. Waters tracking it, and he is underneath it. He will make the catch for the second out of the bottom of the 8th. And that will leave it up to Hector Gutierrez, getting his first action in some time for the Wolverines. Wolverines lead here, 12-4. We're in the bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. Multiple rain delays in this game have extended this almost 4.5 hours from the game start.
And we're not done yet.
Not quite. Hector Gutierrez will dig in, hitting 4 of 11 on the year. Good for a 364 average. Also has a double. First pitch from Forden misses low. 1-0.
Gutierrez played a lot growing up at Clark Park down there in Southwest Detroit, Mexican town.
1-0 pitch. There's a strike in the outside corner. Good fastball there from Forden. Evens it up at 1-1.
Clark Park, one of those city parks, kind of big community going on there. A lot of house league baseball. Kids just playing around the sandlot.
Yeah, they've done a little bit of development. I helped out in making a tennis courts there at Clark Park. So definitely a lot of improvements in recent years. Gutierrez takes a strike, and interesting, just thrown away by Clays out into the outfield. Now, he airmailed his pitcher Forden, but count even at 2-2 here.
Down there at Clark Park, they also have an outdoor skating rink, which is actually quite a bit of fun to skate on. That one built as part of the Winter Classic festivities. Got some funding from the NHL a couple years back.
2-2 pitch just misses low. And that runs the count full. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. And that one's low. Good plate discipline by Hector Gutierrez. Draws his first walk of the year. He will trot excitedly down to first base and see if a 2-out rally can get going. We'll see another pinch hitter coming on. That's Johnny Slater. But we'll see home plate umpire Jim Shaley have he's going to motion in some wild fashion, but I think he's just going to record the lineup change. I don't think he's
trying to gain the attention of the press box so that they know to announce Slater. Slater, a little bit more regular of a player than some of the other guys that have been pinch hitting for the Wolverines this inning. Had a starting spot for 3 or 4 weeks there.
And that one gets away from Clays. Gutierrez hesitated for a very long time, but once he got the shouts from the dugout to go, he finally scurried down to second base, and that's where he's standing with 2 outs. Runner in scoring position now for Johnny Slater. 2:14 on the year. 1-0 delivery. That one misses high, 2-0.
And now with Gutierrez in scoring position, this is actually much more dangerous situation. Slater has been known to hit quite a few extra base hits to the right side, dead pull hitter.
2-0 pitches, misses well outside, 3-0.
Has 2 home runs on the season. Both of those 3-run home runs came in the same game early on here in the season.
3-0 in there for a strike. Slater taking all the way. Fastball pops the glove of Clays, makes the count 3-1. Gutierrez takes his lead off second base. Reamer sinking in behind him. Now he'll retreat. 3-1 pitch, misses well outside. And another walk by Richard Forden. With another Wolverines runner on. They now have runners at first and second with 2 outs. For another pinch hitter.
Dominic Jamette looks like he's going to come in and catch in place of Kendall Patrick. Jamette, he has 11 at-bats on the season, 2 hits. Good for a 182 batting average. 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 1 RBI.
Forden delivers. That one's lifted in the air to right field. Hofner giving chase, and he will record the out about 10 feet in front of the warning track. So Jamette gave it a ride, but not quite out of here. Hofner, the new defensive replacement, gets some action, and that will send us to the top of the 9th. Wolverines lead 12-4 against the Northwestern Wildcats. You're listening to WCBN Sports coverage of Michigan baseball. Andrew Hausman alongside Eli Sherman. And we will see Cam Wysocki return for a 3rd inning of work. He's been efficient so far, 2 innings on 31 pitches. He's given up only 1 hit and a walk and allowed a run to score. That was earned. 2 strikeouts against 1 walk. So a solid outing so far in Cam Wysocki's first action in about 3 weeks. But he's returned and he's looked pretty sharp so far. And we'll get you updated on all the Wolverines defense replacements once all those pitch hitters get sorted out. It looks like it's going to be Slater in left, while Glines will remain in center field and White in right field. Cronenworth and Jacobson make up the same right half of the infield as the starting lineup. But we'll see Hector Gutierrez stationed at shortstop, and Lugbauer, who came in a few innings prior, remains at third base, and Harrison Wenson will come in and catch. So we thought possibly we'd see Dominic Jamette back there, but instead Coach Beckett's going with a slightly younger choice and giving a little bit of playing time here in the Big Ten season when it has been lacking. Coming up for the Wildcats will be Zach Jones. He's had a rough day, 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts in his first 3 at-bats, and also just a pretty easy flyout his last time up. First pitch swinging and couldn't do anything with it. And he was an easy can of corn for Glines out there in center field.
And interestingly enough, this is a save situation for Cam Wysocki with an 8-run lead. Of course, the scoring rules are if you're the last pitcher to pitch in a game, if you're not the starter and you pitch at least 3 innings and your team wins, you automatically get the save no matter what the score is when you come into the game and no matter what the score is.
And a ground ball right to Jacobson at second base. He'll make an easy toss over. Drew Cronenworth at first. 1 up, 1 down on 1 pitch here in the top of the 9th inning.
To finish the sentence, no matter what the score is, to finish the game. So Cam Wysocki 2 outs away from his first save of the season.
Now Matt Hoffner, who came in as a defensive replacement in right field, will get his first at-bat of the day, batting .235 on the year. He'll pop that one up down the first base line. That will be playable for Cronenworth. He will close his glove on it and make the out. 2 pitches, 2 outs for Cam Wysocki. And the Wildcats' last shot is Hoshite.
Looks like they're going to have a pinch hitter.
Excuse me. It will be Dowkay coming in. Luke Dowkay, the senior, hasn't had a lot of action this year. 10 of 43 on the year, good for a 233 average.
And on that pop-up to Cronenworth, one thing that's interesting, the light towers here are, pretty big for what it is, just a college field. But that ball got well above the light tower. So it's actually a nice job of Cronenworth to keep his eye on that one into the night sky and then track it as it came back into the light.
First pitch to Dauke, a strike. Now he'll take a ball low and outside. Evens the count at 1-1. Cam Wysocki trying to pick up his first save of the year, as Eli mentioned, by closing out the last 3 innings. 1-1 pitch. That one's ripped right off the glove of Cronenworth. He thought he had that, and he'll hustle it down. Dauke digging for second, and he will get in there, sliding. And there's a 2-out double for Dauke. That should have been the last out of the game. Just glanced off of the glove of Cronenworth and trickled down into the right field corner. Cronenworth hitting his glove, not happy with himself, and that will be ruled an error. Wolverines' first error of the game.
Yeah, I think he just lost a little bit of focus on that one. Didn't quite reach the glove out as far as he could have and should have. And so it glanced off his glove rather than finding a home.
And now Mike Trucco will dig into the righty batter's box. We already saw impressive performance from Trucco. He came into pitch hit in the 5th inning, which I thought was a very odd move from head coach Paul Stevens, but boy, did he make it pay off. He ripped one well out of here, deep to left center field, almost the same place that Kendall Patrick hit it. And Bruder, who was out there in left field at the time, just let it go by, stopped giving chase after a while and just let it sail out. And that brought the Wildcats back into the game. That brought them within 4-3, but it's been all Wolverines ever since. Now 12-4. Trucco takes a called strike to even it at 1-1. Here's the delivery. That one's fouled off down the first baseline, and the Wildcats are down to their last strike. Trucco will dig back in.
Evan Hill would be in line for the win in this one. He went 5 1/3. Assuming Wysocki is able to close things out here.
The 1-2 pitch. That one's low. Good block there by Wenson. Count at 2-2 on Mike Trucco. Also singled in his other at bat. That was in the 7th. Moved Hoshide up to 3rd, but the Wildcats were unable to add any more. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and that will do it. After 4 hours and 46 minutes, this game is finally over. The Wolverines win 12-4. As we noted earlier, they are officially going to the Big Ten tournament. And that will do it here from Ann Arbor. The Wolverines take an impressive win. Eli, what are your final thoughts?
Let's go home. That's my final thought. No, but it's a good win for Michigan. Not playing one of the best teams in the Big Ten, but certainly an important game. They had no idea going into it that they were going to be given the benefit of Minnesota losing and clinching that Big Ten title slot or Big Ten tournament slot, I should say. And even so, every game at this point still matters because they're jockeying for position. If you can get into that top 4, then you're playing your first game as a home game rather than batting first, and so that's a big benefit, and then that just sets you up nicely for the remainder of the tournament. I don't think they're going to be into a position where they're going to get a bye, but it does set them up nicely so that if they do make it into the top 4, then they have the benefit of playing a worse team in their first game, and also playing a team where Michigan is the home team and they're batting less, and so they need to keep winning games and they're just continuing that here. And I think ideally this weekend is going to turn out like the Purdue series where they, just kind of work on their fundamentals and get things set for as things go forward. They just have Oklahoma State next week. And so that's going to be a big series in terms of,
and don't forget Eastern too.
Well, I'm referring to just, weekend. That's going to be a big series because Oklahoma State is in the top 15, and that's going to be big for at-large implications for the NCAA tournament. But this right here is really Michigan positioning themselves for potentially moving into the top 4 in the Big Ten, so they can get that home slot. And it's very important. And also, just a great day hitting for the Wolverines. 12 runs, 14 hits, to just 4 runs on 7 hits for Northwestern. The pitching was very, very good for the Wolverines. Their starter, Evan Hill, improves to 1-1 on the season, 5 1/3 innings pitched, 6 hits, just 3 runs. And so, he's starting to get back into his swing of things. And I think, the only direction for him to go right now is up, because he's just gonna keep improving and getting back to where he was last year, kind of as a pro prospect. And so that's, I think, Michigan's really kind of coming into form here as we head down the stretch.
And with the win, the Wolverines move to 10 games above 500 for the first time all year. They go to 30-20. Northwestern falls to 15-34. Final lines here. Northwestern 4 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors. Wolverines 12 runs on 14 hits, 1 error. As Eli mentioned, Evan Hill gets the win. And Malagones takes the loss for Northwestern, falling to 3-5 on the year. And I got to say, a key to the game for the Wolverines was they're hitting with runners in scoring position. They went 6 of 16. Northwestern only 1 of 10. And just great offensive output all around from the Wolverines. We see 5 hitters for the Wolverines with multiple hits, and that's really going to do the job. Every single batter in their starting lineup recorded at least 1 hit. So just a balanced attack by the Wolverines, put up 12 runs. And in the super long inning, the bottom of the 6th, they came in only holding on to a 5-4 lead. But before the rain delay started, and then coming out of it, and then coming out of the second rain delay, they were able to tack on 6 runs and give themselves a insurmountable 11-3 cushion. Each team added a run in the 7th to make it 12-4. But the Wolverines, with a nice night offensively, a solid night pitching, and they'll be right back at it tomorrow. Same teams at 12 p.m. tomorrow. That game is moved up from an earlier start time. So if you still have that 4 p.m. start time on your mind, remember that is a noon game tomorrow. And we'll be right back here in the same place. You can tune in at noon tomorrow. So coming up in 13 hours, Michigan versus Northwestern Game 2. That's going to do it for our coverage from Ray Fisher Stadium. After almost 5 hours after we begin, that's going to get with a good night and a go blue.